Hello? Are we good? Does everything sound fine? Where? Alright. Hello Gunori, hello Sid. Skill is a crutch pro players lean on because of their dairy allergies. What? Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun. Skill is a crutch pro players lean on. Huh? Because of their dairy allergies? So all pro players are lactose intolerant? That's crazy. Them DLC. What did we do last time? We we did the Morth Ruins, Bonnie Village, and Bonnie Jail. I think that was the Whipping Hut. Do you need to be lactose intolerant to be a pro player? I think so. Maybe. It's so weird that the map of these like finger ruins have these like shiny things on them, but we actually can't see them in game. Very strange. I'm just glad to be here. Also, hi. 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 Very odd, like, topography shape there. There. We want to go this way, but we'd have to go through this area, the storehouse. I think last time I promised we would do the Fort Reprimand. And I think after that we're gonna go south to the Cerulean Coasty. We're gonna Cerulean Coast it. Actually, that's a good idea to go there before Mikela shatters his rune. I think the gate to the depth is there until Mikela shatters the rune. Behind Fort Reprimand. Oh yeah, there is a bunch of stuff in Fort Reprimand. True. Okay, let's go. So what are we using now? One-handed milady. What triggered the rune shattering? I think it's just getting either passing this point. Bridge leading to the village, I guess Bonnie village. It's passing this point and passing this point. So basically getting close on the way to the Shadow Keep. Flowers, okay. Greenery. It's really crazy the amount of the map that you can never access unless you go through this hole in Lorethrough. So there is the whole Bonnie village section. All this. Which means also Ymir. And then this section, the flooded section. And then the half of the storage area, then Gaius, then this place. Then the Shadow Tree Avatar. Then this whole region of the Shaman village and the Finger Ruins. And arguably even the Finger Ruins in Cerulean Coast, because they are useless unless you talk to Ymir. There's like such a huge chunk of the map that's like locked, and it seems fairly like normally accessible from many places, but it's only accessible through this one choke point, which is this specific hole in this village. That's not very good, honestly. It would have been better if they had like more interconnection, like between different areas. Happy birthday, Cosmos and everyone. Thank you, Rocky B, for the happy birthday. Happy birthday to you too. Happy birthday, everyone. In my case, I was going back from Fort Reprimand to the Shadow Keep. It shattered before the Dragon versus Soldier area. Wait, are you saying it shattered here? Nah, that's impossible. There's no way. As far as I know, there's no trigger there for that to happen. That's interesting. No, he said happy Friday, but I said happy birthday. Because it's funnier. Alright. Let's look around this place. Actually, I just realized I don't have the camera mod. Also, this time I remembered. There you go. She said happy Friday. Alright, this time I remember to remove the rain from the game and also increasing the view distance. So you actually enjoyed peak Elden Ring readable visual open world quality in this stream. Unmatched. This is the maximum view distance the game will allow. There is no rain to completely fuck the visibility. This is our moment. This lore is a nightmare. 3 different serpents, 6 different fires, and no unanimous decision on the timeline of events. I suspect this is as director Miyazaki wished it to be. Cosmos, did you see the movie remake of your favorite anime was leaked? I actually did. It's not a remake. It's not a remake. It's a new movie. Okay, you have to understand. The epic ultimate my favorite anime of all time, which was extremely niche. Like, and I'm saying insanely niche. Randomly one day was announced that it would have a movie. A new movie. And it's a new story. It's the anime itself is made of like 3-4 arcs of like, I don't know, 3 episodes each. And so there is a new arc which is in the format of a movie rather than being like 3 episodes or something like that. It came out in Japan on the 28th or something of July. There is no like announcement for release date like globally, either on cinema or streaming. But yeah, apparently it was leaked like, with a bunch of other stuff on the high seas. So, as the fanatical fan I am, I did download it to check it out. But it's extremely low quality. So I'm just waiting and taking that as a sign that it's definitely like coming to Netflix or something in not too long. I'm waiting on the new Madoka Magica. There's gonna be a new... I didn't know about that. I actually had no idea there was gonna be a new Madoka Magica. It's really crazy to look at the Omen cleavers in hindsight with the like horn invocation that the horned warriors do on their weapon. The ones in Enter Elim and how it becomes full of horns. Basically just like this. They summon the golden horn of the crucible and these guys just adorn their weapon with actual horns. Rollo. Interesting that we have Omen killers in the Shadowlands. In September, they announced for the 10th anniversary a few years back. Oh, that's really cool. Capra demon. Yeah, it's Capra demon. Basically. I feel like about the fire thing being like 6 different ones. And serpents being 3 different ones. I wonder if there isn't an angle you could approach that. From Software has tried to distinguish those fires because in the 1.0 and previous versions of the game they were a lot less distinguished, so it was like a conscious effort by the team to try to distinguish them, either by name or by color. But they used to be like way more overlap. But they actually decided it was too confusing, so they started distinguishing between the different types of fire. I don't know what's the name of the idea or concept, but maybe you could definitely, possibly, maybe, perhaps, definitely approach some of these issues with the angle of they are all a bit like the moon. You know how now we have like 4 moons or such? How you can approach this as different like projection of this concept of the moon, and like there is this idea of fire on a higher plane. What's the name of the analogy? Like with the cave and the shadows, and how there is every chair is a chair and there is an ideal chair kind of thing that exists on a higher plane. Plato's Cave, thank you, EC. Also, hello. So there is an angle you could take towards like all this, like elements of Elden Ring and how it might relate to the cosmology, etc. Especially when you have like concepts like outer god, etc., that are kind of that do like possibly beings that exist outside of reality straight up and exert their influence in odd ways. How there might be, I'm not just rambling at this point, but how there might be like this concept of fire or this outer god of fire, and all the fires and all the things adjacent to fire derive from it, are projections of it, different like angles through which that true entity that is fire can be observed. You could have the same thing with the serpent. The moon is an easy one because we only have like one moon in the sky, and as a concept we can define it as like a satellite of a planet. But then in game you have all these characters who meet all these different moons that are personal to them, and the moon has this really like outer god-like thing going on, like it's very outer god coded, even though it's not called an outer god. But then it seems to be perceived by like different characters, and now we have like 5 different moons. I feel like this apron or tabard or whatever that the Omen Killers are wearing is similar to something else. Maybe the one like worn by the statues on their way to the mountaintops of the rolled lift, I guess. Nice Elden Rings. Let's talk about the perfumer. Rollo. The amber crystals and fires are like prisms that the forces project their influence through. The amber crystals and fires are like prism of the forces project their influence through. Okay. It's similar to, well, to some extent. I mean, it's different, but obviously they both have that apron thing going on. The fire may be related to different classifications of stars. I don't like the cape and its pebble texture. Always looks like it's meant to be omen skin. It does have like a leather texture to it for sure. Okay. Spirit of Rollo, known as the first Omen Killer. Once a famous perfumer, Rollo imbibed a physic to rid himself of emotion, thus enabling him to enact his nightmarish labor, hunting the Omen. The first Omen Killer. The first Omen Killer. He says his emotion, thus enabling him to enact his nightmarish labor. I would assume he was tasked by someone to do that. So Rollo was the first Omen Killer. I guess we can easily say now that if we assume the Omen Killer came with the Crusade, that omens were already reviled in Golden Order society when it happened. Don't know if that helps us date anything any more than we already do, but the interesting thing about the Omen Killer is also the usage of fire. You know? Fire is supposed to be forbidden. The perfumers practice their art for themselves alone, Carman was a notably formidable perfumer whose strength rivaled that of heroes, and it is said that he was in search of a secret physique of revivification. Where do we find Carman? Where do we find the Carman? Perfumer Carman. Okay. Located in a corpse in Volcano Manor that is near the top of Mount Gelmir west of Altus Plateau. Hello, John C. I find him in Volcano Manor. It was in search of a secret physique of revivification. Why was he in the Volcano Manor then? Sub Cosmos, you figured out everything yet? Yeah. Yeah. Marika is a frog, and Miyazaki is a fraud. Haha. No, I haven't figured out shit yet. Tricia was once known as a healer who dedicated her effort to treating misbegotten omens and all those seen as impure. When her effort failed, she was their companion as they died, watching over them to ensure that they could pass on peacefully, free of pain. A tale akin to the... I was gonna say, like, that sounds like deathbed companions, but it's said right there. A tale akin to the origin of the deathbed companions. Quick shout out to your tweets, dragging the Sims that glaze everything like their lives depend on it. Love seeing those whenever they pop in my feed. Hey man, you don't understand. If you don't appreciate the incredible cutscene of the ending of Shadow of the Earthtree, you just don't understand the... You just don't have a high enough IQ to understand the complexity of Elden Ring's lore and themes. Elden Ring is the Rick and Morty of of Souls games. Also reminds me of the way the healers of the fly sickness are described. That's true. But the ones of the fly sickness have there's some possible underlying creepiness to what they are doing. When the weak were infected with the dreaded fly sickness, they perished well before the metamorphosis, that's how it's said, could take hold. Oddly, those who cared for the infected and made certain they were given a proper burial were never afflicted themselves. So, the weak, as in like frail of body, they would just die before they would be able to transform. The process would kill them. I do wonder if those who cared for the infected never being afflicted themselves is just because they were nice and they were not cursed, and it says something about the nature of the fly sickness, as in it's a curse, kind of. But I do wonder if it's not them. I don't know if there is any more item that talks about the fly sickness, actually. If it's not also an allusion to them being creepy doctors and experimenting on the fly sickness people. You don't deserve a reward. The fight was the reward. You need a very high IQ to understand, and you get the high IQ by subscribing to lots of Souls tubers. Yeah. Oh shit. The aggro something? No, it's a dragon. I think the one who cares for them were probably handling the impurity that caused the disease. It's a curse and impurities. Yeah. Do gem. What is do gem used for? Like what item crafting is do gem used for? Spirit healing. Yazaki has been seriously into the impact of impurity since Demon Souls. Yeah. Now the reason I raised the potential of it being like having a creepy twist to it, as in the one who cared for them might have been like archetypal, like creepy doctors who might potentially be at the source of the infection and weren't actually helping their victim, is because potentially the person we find in the fly sickness village, the ones we can maybe supposedly, I mean, it's never confirmed that they are the doctors that cared for them, but I mean, there's a bunch of fly sickness people around one normal horn scent guy, is that they use like fly incantations and they buff them. They almost seem like fly priests, like fly faction priest guys. Now, it's not confirmed that they are the doctors that care for them, but they might be. And if they are, I do wonder if that's why they don't get infected. And then, yeah, there is obviously like the impurity angle, the curse angle. The fly sickness could be a curse. I have some issues with this kind of enemies, because From Software will often make an enemy type. Okay, this is a flyman. We're gonna make a flyman, you know? They're like, we have this flyman model and skeleton and assets and animations and how it's an enemy. We can use it in the DLC. And then they're gonna make up some lore as to what they are, and it doesn't go much deeper than that. That's what the flyman feels like to me. Like the fly sickness, rather. I like how there's all these cool theories, and then I found one last night claiming that Godric has Commander Neil leg. Has Commander Neil's leg. Playing Fortnite right now, it feels so good to finally be playing a good game instead. Holy shit, man. Why you say that? Godric has Commander Neil's leg. What was the context of... I like this kind of like small theories. What was the context of Neil's legs? Happy Friday! I'm fully hollowed on the lore again. Hello, Natk. No, don't give up, everyone. The lore makes sense, I swear. Mikila's eye revelation broke me. What happened with Mikila's eye? What's wrong with them? Blade prosthetic leg invaded with the power of the lightning inside. Commander Neil, veteran of the Castle Soul, offered this prosthesis in exchange for the lives of defeated knights held prisoner. He went on to lead these men as an army of no nation. His eye is an eclipse. Therefore, only Godwin Cope are real, and the DLC really was supposed to be all about death in some way, and it's just not okay with that. I don't think it's that clear of an eclipse, really. I mean, it's eclipse-like, but so are 99% of the rune. Okay, Femi Rebo. Best viewers at appetitemom.com. Appripister. God damn it. Let me deal with that. Alright. The same color scheme as the Eclipse Shield, eyes are deep. Lore, his consorts are meant to be Godwin. I hate it. Was meant to be Godwin. I hate it. I'm gonna defend Miyazaki on this one and say it's just unalloyed gold eyes. All the runes, I mean, it's an iris at the center. Granted, it have more prominent, like, rays. That's more reminiscent of the eclipse coming out of the edges. I'll give you that, but... I think you can still cope, you know? I think you can still cope that it's not an eclipse. I think that's an easy thing to look aside, like to push aside. Here's the thing, and I said this before, like, it does sound conspiracy theory-y, but there is a genuinely odd consistence to this DLC potentially having been about something else, and Godwin having a more prominent presence. And as I said before, like, and again, I don't want to fall into the trap of coping my mind off just to validate my pre-release, like, expectations. What I called out the DLC will be about, even before we ever got even the screenshot of the DLC with Mikela and Torrent, was that it would be about traveling to the spirit world, where through Mikela, following the footsteps of Mikela, to do soulless demigod shenanigans. Oh, a somewhat normal skybox, a blue sky. That was my speculation to begin with, which I was like super strongly on board of up until release. Everything like looked like it might be that. And what we end up doing in the DLC is following Mikela's footstep into the not spirit world. Like the Shadowlands are like the spirit world, but without the rights to the franchise. The Shadowlands is like the spirit world, but not the spirit world. Where Mikela is doing, as it turns out, soulless demigods shenanigans. The fact that he went to Kirodan was tied to the movement of the stars and the happening of the eclipse. That's so easy for them to change it, to retcon it after the fact and make it so, oh, Miquella whispered to Radahn, oh, come to the Shadowlands, your lord awaits you. But it could have just as easily have been about the eclipse, right? Like if they retconned that, you would have no way to tell because the setup is identical. Even though the setup with, as it is right now in the DLC, with like Miquella abandoning his corpse, as in he's basically dying, made more sense if he was going to a spirit world. If the Shadowlands was the spirit world, him abandoning his corpse and basically dying made more sense. Now he's kind of abandoning his corpse, but he also still has his flesh that he's abandoning. The whole setup as to why Millennia went to fight Radahn, and was Radahn like willing to come to Miquella, or it's become like super awkward with how the DLC is now. When, okay, Millennia went to kill Radahn because Radahn was holding back the stars, made a lot, it was more... it fit much more naturally. Yeah. We have the Shadow Tree avatar being like the perfect like skeleton. Visually, mechanically, but also most importantly, like the skeleton animation would have fit like a mermaid Godwyn perfectly. I don't know. Hello Mihai, how are you doing? It does feel like there is an odd... Like if you just swap out the plot of the DLC to go into the afterlife and finding Godwyn... Miquella goes to the afterlife and find Godwyn's soul, where it's oddly fits better than what we actually got. What we actually got from the DLC. I'll give you that. I'll give you that much. But, and again, as someone who literally said, okay, this is what the DLC is gonna be about, and I would have loved for the DLC to be about that. But I think the idea itself like borders a bit too much on like conspiracy theory level stuff. And I think it's just a doomer take to like actually believe that. You're just kind of ruining your enjoyment of the DLC. Even if it has like a 10% or 1% chance of being true, I think you're better off just not thinking about it too much. My counter to that, the Radahn looks more like Zod, and Zod plus Griffith equals Radahn Miquella. Okay, Radahn plus Miquella equals Zod plus Griffith. Nice argument, EC. Elden Ring is just berserk. With how it turned out and how cool Godwyn was and how lame the Radahn stuff was, we went to the Underworld and didn't get lore on the Prince of Death. Yeah. It sounds like you agree with me, but you will be defending what we got. I'm confused. You don't hate what we got. I don't hate what we got, it was okay. But knowing a version that makes way more sense was planned, I can't unsee it. Dark Souls 3 Eclipse stuff was super cool, but when we didn't get it, it was okay, because the game didn't obviously lack it. Now, Elden Ring isn't that garbage. And Miyazaki doesn't seem like that much of a loser. Wow. I think the Radahn Vow was a George R. R. Martin original, but they already 100% didn't believe they would tell that story. Another one of those excluded pieces of lore. I do wonder if it was a George R. R. Martin original. I think we know Mesmer is, and that's the part they were confident saying that about. I guess if you wanna You just have to choose. You want to be a doomer and have a pessimistic take or a positive take, and then you can choose to believe this was actually all planned, or you just want to believe that no, the spirit world, Godwin, DLC made more sense. I think what we got is cool. I'm not a big fan of the whole Radan part of the lore. I'm not a big fan of like the lack of clarity of this whole thing. How heavily FromSoft dodged certain topics, like especially talking about stuff like death in general, or the Numen for that matter, or the Divine Gate and Marika's ascension, the seduction, anyways. But yeah. Not worry, guys. We're gonna get another DLC. It's a DLC of the DLC. The DLC is basically as big as like Dark Souls 1 or Dark Souls 3 without DLCs. Let's say Dark Souls 1. So the DLC is big enough that it can actually get its own DLC with like 2-3 bosses. Like, trust, it's happening. They're not gonna leave us hanging like this. They're gonna give us the Godwin DLC for the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC. Mitsubishi-san. Do you agree that Godwin is technically revived as a rune, as Fia's dialogue seemed to point, yet everyone overlooks it? You could call it him being revived, if you want, symbolically, but I don't think he's actually revived in the sense that that's literally Godwin being transformed into the rune. I don't think so at all. Even the process of Deathbed Companion doesn't work like that, really. You could say symbolically he's revived, but no, he's not revived. I mean, he's explicitly like soulless. And he's a soulless body sitting there. So whatever Fia did with him, it's just not too much different from what the Deathbed Companion do, in the sense that they accumulate warmth, as in like life or runes or whatever you want to call it, and then like transfer it. Usually they would transfer it to a dead noble to revive them, revivify them. But in this case, she just, I don't know, touched the essence of Godwin as the Prince of Death and like weaved it into this mending rune. Just like how the other mending runes are weaved from the life of the Tarnished who gestated them, I guess you could say. What we got is mid due to the lack of substance. Yeah, I think we got some good stuff. It's not the main lore, but like I think we got some really cool stuff. I think what I'm really upset about is what we didn't get. And I think Godwin for me is a bit lower on that list. I'm more upset about the Marika stuff we didn't get. It's just so unbearably disappointing. I'm not even inspired enough to do any Doomer coping. I'm just apathetic, which is crazy, because while I was playing it, there were so many moments I loved. Now, the DLC is great. It's just like, in hindsight, you keep looking forward to this, like, that everything is gonna culminate into this really cool, like, thing or lore revelation, and it just, and some stuff are just never addressed and never go anywhere. The light of the Skadu tree. If it's a level design and lore that keeps me engaged for years, well-designed levels with cool stories in them capture my imagination long term. Now, I just look at Shadowkeep and think about the Helfen. Yeah. This could have been our Halfin man. Oh yeah, you collect both half of the curse mark, which should have fully killed Godwin, she says. Now he can take his place as the first dead, as now he's truly dead. Because we have the full death mark. Yeah. I think Godwin is becoming a basilisk, like a mermaid. Basilisk makes so much more sense than a mermaid. It does. But he doesn't have... It looks like he literally has a mermaid tail. Legalized nuclear bombs. Quite about DLC again, me too. Okay, asshole. Okay. Dead. That's how the basilisk tail looks in game. Not quite. Not quite. I mean, Godwin has literally a mermaid lower half, like with the scales and everything. Basilisk tails are a bit different. We can look at it if you want. They are both obviously like fishy tails, but... Do you ever stop attacking, sir? Jesus. Secret rascal of the divine of the revived divine soul. Damn. Godwin's soul being destroyed is just a headcanon anyways. Like, it wasn't actually confirmed that it's actually destroyed, gone, reduced to smithereen, non-existent. If anything, I've always been arguing that Godwin's soul just passed on to the spirit world. And what the sealing of the rune of... Because think about it. What does sealing death even do? What does it even do? People can still die. People can just still die. They just don't... They just don't die of natural causes. Now, the only soulless being we know are the ones who have been killed by the rune of death. I'm pretty sure the rune of death just being sealed just seals the way to the spirit world. And basically the souls of those who died don't pass on. And that's probably just so they can be fed to the earth tree. Like, continue the cycle. So Godwin's soul being completely gone or destroyed wasn't ever an issue, really. The lower Indian case will haunt me forever. I'm stuck on the origin of Radek, on how we seem to have competing interests with America. This has provided almost no insight there. But we got the Rada fruit. Aren't you happy when you got the Rada fruit? Huh? Rada fruit explains everything. Blessed bone shards. Ghost Gloveworth. Fort reprimand. I have Mesmer's banners and stuff, but people hanging here are actually Mesmer forces. Imagine we never get any more Elden Ring and this is it. This is the end. Not even an Elden Ring 2 to elaborate on anything. Or the TV show won't add anything new, of course. So this is it. You're never gonna get an explanation for any of those things, ever. Cosmos, there is this guy called Juice Something who made a video called Something is Wrong with Shadow of the Edge. And while some of the text seems off because the guy loves the base game too much, the conclusion is peak. It sums up the disappointment perfectly. Like 15 minutes into the video, worth watching. For that alone, you should definitely check it out. Okay. Okay. What's your take on the Gravekeepers and all being boatsmen? On what waters? I really don't want to handwave it away to thematics and death is water themed. Well, if the Shadowland was the spirit world, then you would need boatsmen to ferry the dead to the Shadowlands, because it's in the middle of a lake, even for the lands between, and the lands between itself is in the middle of the sea. So they could have been ferrying the dead to the place where all death ultimately ends. Now that would have been cool if the Shadowlands was the spirit world, because you physically need a boatsman to take you there. But yeah. I would take 9 episode story about House Oslo. Like, I would take anything that's not the main story of the game. I would take anything that's not the Tarnished arriving and trying to kill the demigods. The Hornsent are scum. America is right. The Elden Ring gag manga is funny, but it's not gonna give you any new lore. They seem rather clearly tied to the spirit graves. They are their keepers, yeah. They say the boatsmen are the oldest of the grave keepers. Why are boatsmen gravekeepers? That's a real question. And why do they keep the graves? Like, what's the point? Just keep an eye on them until they turn into spirits? What does that mean? How is there an ancient dynasty pillar in the middle that's suppressing death? What does that mean? Why are they mariner boats in the Shadow Keep? What does it mean? Putting people into jars is okay for religious purposes. Didn't we learn that the lands between were all death lands? Well, supposedly we learned that about the Shadowlands, not the lands between as a whole, but there could have been arguments made about the lands between in general, even before the DLC really. But the reason it seems is that because the lands between surrounds the Shadowlands. So the Shadowlands is in the center of the lands between, and basically all death converges towards that center, which goes through the lands between indirectly. But the ultimate direction isn't the lands between itself, it's the Shadowlands. Tibia is older than the sealed Shadowlands. They seem to imply Gravekeepers are the oldest shit around. I don't know if literally the oldest around, but yeah. It's certainly like older than the Shadowlands. They are the lands between for the lands between. Used to be the spirit world, land of the gods as a whole, and then America subdivided it even further. Maybe. Hello, Korn. I just want some greedy executive at Bandai to force Miyazaki to publish a history of the lands between by George R.R. Martin and Miyazaki. You'd think they would ever do that? That could be cool. FromSoft fans are gay frogs. Thank you for the money. True. To me, this spirit grave seems clear to be the result of the suppression pillar, thus the Gravekeeper are tied to that. Can I link you a long Reddit lore post I made? You know what? Sure. We can skim through it. I would say the whole like system of death in the Shadowland is tied to the pillar. The Gravebird are golems made by someone to accompany the Deathbirds. Supposedly the Deathbirds are not, they are children of a twin bird envoy of an outer god. That's one thing. But then you have the Gravebird made by someone. I'm pretty sure they are made by the Ancient Dynasty because, well, because if you actually look at them, you can see that they have Ancient Dynasty like carving on. They're clearly Ancient Dynasty styled. So the pillars and the Gravebird, the pillar is more generic, but the Gravebirds are directly tied to the spirit graves. So yeah, the pillar might be the reason why you have the spirit graves. The Gravekeepers, might be more speculative if they are directly tied to the pillar. The place where we find the Gravekeepers isn't the spirit grave area is the issue. It's the Karos hidden grave, and there is no spirit grave as far as I know there. But there is actual grave, like physical graveyards that don't turn to spirits. Anyways. Don't set your low hopes on Martin, he will hurt you. Can you guys see this? Yeah, you can. Okay, that's a really good point, Natke. I didn't make that distinction. I really did not make that connection, I mean. So Natsuke says, something a lot of people missed is that Renala line that makes me think of the spirit graves. Or will ye be gravestones to be better born and new? The thing is interesting because specifically the spirit graves seem to turn into larva tears somehow. So I'm fully convinced. I didn't think about that connection actually. That's a really good one. I'm fully convinced that there is something there. I don't know what exactly, but it's way too much of a connection to be nothing. Turned into gravestones to be better born in you. As if she's saying you want to become a spirit's grave, then rebirth yourself with me. And the spirit's graves turn into larva tears, which are tied to rebirth and what Renala is doing. Is this a cut content voice line? No. It's a Renala line. She says, I think after you beat her, I think she's like, come out, little Culvers. Why are you hiding? Something like that. And then she says the whole gravestone thing. Or does she say that when she throws the gravestones at you? No, I don't think so. I got angry that you missed 5 seconds of Cosmos talking. Damn. It's a post-fight line. Okay. I said Relana, not Renana. No, I'm sorry. It's just my bad pronunciation. All right, let's read this. I just skimmed through it. Spirit spells have obtained are Urchi-made copies. The spirit spells we obtain are Urchi-made copies. Spirit, spiral. Okay, I can't read. Spiral spells are Urchi-made copies. The Hornsent were Death Sorcerers, Omen Origins, and Ancestral Followers are Hornsent Revival. Okay. Talking about spells, I've been thinking about how the Spectral Rings of Light is the only thing in-game that actually looks directly like what Marika's shawl is, like the infinity symbol in the lands between. So it's like I guess it's considered a ring, a light ring. Like the symbol behind her. It's her shawl making the symbol of a ring, but an intertwined dual ring. It's interesting that it's a spell of the Gravebirds, though. I wonder where that goes. Alright. Golden Arc, sorcery of the Inquisitor of the Tower, wielded as incantation of the Spiral. If my dyslexia hit at a critical point and I misread something, please call me out. In case I just go off and start misunderstanding. The Realm of Shadow thematically represents the opposite or dark sides of everything in the lands between, almost. And there are a lot of clever inversions elsewhere. The Two Fingers, for example, creatures of the various protective incantations for the Tarnished, are associated with sorceries here. Similarly, the Hornsent seem to use the Crucible magic that in truth is sorcery, not incantation. And to use Crucible magic, they choose is sorcery. Okay. There's only 3 Spiral Inquisitions in-game. 2 of the Inquisitors, Golden Arc and Giant Golden Arc, and 1 of the High Priests, Spira. Watchful Spirits, Divine Bird Feathers, and Divine Beast Tornado are not Spiral spells. Divine Bird Feathers... Divine Bird Feathers is like Crucible. Invocation is a invocation. Divine Beast Tornado is also invocation. Watchful Spirit is just vengeful magic. Are we still going to look at the boats today? That's the plan, yeah. We're gonna finish at Fort Reprimand and go check out the boats. Put another column in there. They do belong to any spell class. They do not belong to any spell class, in fact. Why do you say that? Because they don't have a sigil? Or people talk about spell classes a lot, but I don't know how much of that is relevant. If it's because they don't have sigils, then yeah. No sigil and no seal buffs them. Okay. Now, if it's the sigil part, I can see that definitely. We do have obvious other examples, but I'm saying this because I remember people use the argument of the spell categories, like a spell is not placed in a certain category because of how the menu delimits them, which I think is very tenuous. But if they just don't have a sigil, then yeah. Mohammed Amin, hello. How is the progress going with the lore? Yeah, we solved it. It's over. It's done. The magic we see the Hornsent use when we fight them is sorcery. The spells we wield are incantation copies of those spells. The truth of this is found in the Spiral Tree Seal. The majesty of the White Tower stretching to reach the gods even inspired a secret fate in the Invader when the people of the Earth Tree, the people of the Earth Tree, they are spells born of the faith inspired in the Earth Tree Invaders when they look upon the majesty of the towers. They require only faith and a seal to cast. We are of the Earth Tree, the Lord of the Earth Tree, even. Like Miriam says, heresy is not native to the world, it is but a contrivance. All things can be conjoined. Sorcery and incantation are but two sides of the same coin. This is a primal example. The Tower people created these spells through their intellect, while the Earth Tree people saw them as holy and divine, so they created them as incantations. I think there is an element of that they were created through intellect. I would argue it's probably both. They quite clearly worship. There is an element of fate in the Hornsent cultures for spirals. They worship the crucible. They worship the divine horns and the horned warriors and the tutelary deities. There is an element of faith. I think the word used is hexes. It's like tower hexes. And usually hexes indicate like sorceries, at least generally in Elden Ring, I believe, that have an element of fate to them, that are not just pure intelligence sorceries. So I think it shows that the tower people, I mean, they are scholars and researchers, and they seem to be like researching ancient civilizations to achieve something through the crucible, and they have this concept which is the spiral, which is a normalized crucible current. It's not a thing that exists by default. It's something they strive towards. It's something they understand. So there is a level of the Hornsent and the Tower have an understanding. It's a bit like fundamentalism. You know how fundamentalism is like int and fate, and they use like golden ring sorcery, like incantations? So there is an element of scholarship and understanding to what the Hornsent and the Tower people do, and then there is also clearly an element of they understand this thing much more than the Earthtree people understand it. The Earthtree people can only channel faith towards that thing, the quote unquote the crucible, while the Hornsets understand it more. Even we get the details from Meteor that incantation and sorceries are the same, it makes sense magic works differently than we expect them in the Shadowlands. Why has Mikla brought the followers into the Shadowlands? Some of them are his foes. Well, supposedly they were charmed and they would aid him. Now, why would they aid him in the Shadowlands? I guess they defend him, technically. Most of them defend him besides specific one who turn against him. The only one that was a huge miscalculation is probably Ansbach. And I guess it makes sense that they are there. They are like guarding Mikela against us, the Tarnished. Though they don't know that at the beginning, they only realize it at the end. But yeah, Ansbach was a bit too much considering Mikela probably knew the charm would break. So yeah. Yeah, now the whole sorcery equals is close in nature to incantation. Something From Software has been doing for a long time. It was heavily reinforced in the DLC and made much more clear, but it already was in the base game as well. It just, you had to do more legwork. I guess to quote unquote argue it. Okay, to further prove the connection between sorceries and the Hornsense, I want to draw attention to their Death Hex connection and Spiral Calling. First with the Spiral Tree, Sacred Seal of Soiled Ember, Death Prince Staff, Staff embedded with Solid Ember, said to be part of the Prince of Death, enhances death sorceries. That's a cool connection. Next out the proof Bellerwet uses hexes. The crude short bow fashioned from sick bones and medium spirit calling, product of the ancient hexing arts of the tower. The Rancor shot imbues arrows with vengeful spirits before firing a barrage, imbuing arrows chasing down foes and cuts through the air. This is enough proof to understand that the Hornsets are dedicated to not just the Crucible Spiral, but also to spirit summoning and death sorceries. Rancor is the key term here. I believe they were the original wielder of the death hexes, which Garrus later rediscovered. Rancor calls summon a vengeful spirit that chases down foe, charging and has potency through the lost death hex discovered in Necromancer Garrus. I think I disagree here. And I'm going to explain why. Let me just finish in case he just addresses something. Summoning the death of the Vengeful Skull is essentially to Hornsense culture. One of their few spell reflects this. Watchful Spirit is not a spiral spell, not boosted by seal nor called one in description, but the Grandam directly says it's her son. Watchful Spirit is boosted by Braid Cord Robe and PC Hornsent Armor, which also boosts all burn items like the Omen Burn, showing similars between them. And Watchful Dead and Hornsent are the same nature as the Wraith plaguing the Omen. Omen Smirk Mask, Horn Burn, Tangled Horn are medium for Spirit Calling. Spirit Communion, most Hornsent have to wear artificial horns attached to masks to obtain spiritual power. Horned Warrior Helmet feature the crown of sturdy tangled horns, allowing the wearer to invoke divinity. Attire of the Horned Warriors, Keeper of the Tower. Divine Invocation bolsters the strength of the wearer, but causes the blessing of the archer to become nauseating. Okay, few are born with tangled horns. About this section, I don't think what the Hornsent are doing with vengeful spirits, they are hexes. That's perfectly fine. I don't think it's the same thing as the death hexes specifically. Because death hexes specifically are tied to, let's say, Ghost Flame. It's not just the spirit part. The Hornsent have a very strong spiritual worship element in their culture that's fairly clear. That's why they love their horns and they see them as a sign of primacy. Is because they are mediums of spirit calling. They are like spirit antennas. They do worship the spirits. Divine invocation is tied to that. What divine invocation is, it says in the description of the Horned Warriors, is that the towers, as far as they are concerned, the Hornsent, the Horned Warriors and their weapons are spiritual mediums, basically. And the worship of the Crucible is, in some subtle ways, adjacent to spirit worship for reasons that I'm not going to get into quite right now. But the difference is, I guess I could say the difference is Ghost Flame. Like, you have the Hornsent who are harvesting, especially like after. So you have this culture who has a really strong understanding of spirits and spirituality, and the things they strive towards are like spirit adjacent. Divine invocation was the most important thing to them, which is probably tied in some sense to divine gate, is basically a form of spirit calling, as in you get possessed by a spirit. After they were like burned and betrayed by the Earthtree and burned by Mesmer. Hello, Kimli. I'll try more stuff between Hornsent and Death later. Okay, we're gonna check it out. What was I saying? Yeah, especially after they were burned by Mesmer, they obviously turned their knowledge of spirits and their understanding of rancor and vengeful spirits and weaponized it. That's how you get the Grand Dam spell. That's how you get the... There is this ghost standing in front of one of the trees from which Hornsent are hanging, in front of the first like ruin in the DLC. The ghost is explicitly like saying, like he's harvesting the rancor of those who died and how they died in order to weave curses and use them as weapons. So they are like weaponizing the rancor of spirits, and that's how you get stuff like the Grand Dam spell, the hex bow. And it's, I don't think it's more that they invented the death hexes. It's more like that they have a profound study and understanding of spirits. So to them, harnessing rancor, which is just adjacent to spirits, to harnessing like spirits, is something that they could do. There's something that they could weaponize. It's a resource. It's a way to weaponize the suffering of their kin that they were subjected to. Now, the death sorceries themselves aren't just rancorous spirits, because there is also the example of the omens. They are also like haunted by rancorous spirits, but it's not death. It's still not a death adjacent power, I guess, is how I want to... It's really hard to express for me, but the rancorous spirits, such as the omens, are not like death hexes related. They are just rancorous spirits, which is spirits that are very, very angry and curse people, which is something natural that happens. But the death hexes specifically are tied to Ghost Flame. All the actual death spells and death hexes, they all use the curse mark symbol. I can't remember what it's called. Death sigil, maybe? And they are tied to Ghost Flame. Even Rancor Call, they have that blue tint of Ghost Flame. You could almost imagine the Rancor as being like vengeful spirits, and they are like... We're getting into the color coding a bit. The vengeful spirits that are being harnessed are like white and black. They have that appearance. But then you have like different things influencing them, and the death sorcery specifically, they have the blue tint of Ghost Flame. While the hexes of the Hornsent are just harnessing them in their like natural form. There is no Ghost Flame in that. Then you have the dirty colored ones from the Omen Burn, which are like goldish brown. Okay, anyways, I need to keep reading the post. Hex magic is suggested to be like a thing of its own, so whenever something is called a hex, it's put in this web. Death hexes may be Deathbird specific, but it's the same nature as the lava hexes or the blood hexes or the tower hexes. I mean, I guess I do think they are tied to hexes in the sense that hexes are part of that category of spells that channel fate as well. I can't think of an example of a hex that doesn't channel fate at all. Dex? Huh? Alright, let me keep reading. Few are naturally born with tangled horns, and those that do usually die as babies. We know that Hornburn is phenomenon existed before the Hornsent time and was just as little. It didn't went away after the Hornsent were burned. However, the Tanglehorn blessed that appeared after the Crusade suffered from a cruel fate, as their spirituality gifting horns allowed them to see and be assailed by the Hornsent vengeful spirits. And I believe it makes sense why Omen are such hated too. Associated to the simple blessing of horns reduces the Earth's blessing. They cannot return to the Earth because of this. Horns then seem to not be a physical aspect, but one that horns do not seem to be a physical aspect, but one that defines a soul as well, retaining their blessing even after they die. This now explains, I believe, the dung eater too. He grows horns on corpses as seedbed curses, blessing the soul with horns, making its connection to the earth tree severed. The ancestral followers live in a distance from the earth tree, awaiting new buds they are certain will sprout from their flesh and indeed their soul. As the final connection between the horn sentient spirit calling and spirit sprouting, let's look at another skill item of the ancestral followers, the enchanted shot ash, which they use on us, and the dwelling arrow. Ash of War, enchanted shot, archery skill that enlivens the arrow with spiritual essence. The resulting shot would fly faster than regular shots and change its trajectory to follow the target. Dwelling arrow, arrow to which the spirit of small animals are thought to dwell. This is magic, yeah. This is near identical to the rancor shot of the bone bow, the property of tracking enemies, repeated trait of rancor and vengeful spirits. See below description 2. The dwelling arrow contains animal spirits. They are from the rancor if you want but not vengeful. The dwelling arrow contains the animal spirits. They are from a form of rancor if you want but not vengeful. Well, rancor is vengeful. That's just a small detail here for your post, but rancor is like rancorous, vengeful. The ancestral follower, despite having their clothes named after shamans, I believe are rebirth of the horn scent belief and culture. Not shamans from Marika's village, they seek budding horns. They want horns to grow from their flesh, and so they call down animal spirits to imbue in arrows. They have some sort of death bird reference association. A winged great horn, a unique horn from which the ancestral worship fates. These are considered envoys' wings, made to reap the lives of beings which experience no sprouting. Now let us look finally at death in the horn scent land and why I believe they are friendly with death birds and the suppression tower exists way before Marika. The bone bow called a medium for spirit calling. Yeah, the harp, spirit, glaive, sword, sharp, graveside serves a medium community with spirits. Rancor slash, summoning vengeful spirits. Yeah. These two weapons are found in Carol's hidden grave in Cerulean Coast, and they are near identical to the bone bow. This is why I believe the spirit's graves and the gravekeeper were around as part of the horn scent culture, not a result of Marika's sealing tree. Sealing death. This is architectural proof of the Persian tower being much older. Yeah, okay. The suppression tower is much older, of the spirit graves would have been around before Marika. This gravebird are present in any Elim and Belrat guards the place, showing the Hornsent either built them or repurposed them like Marika did with the guardian columns. In the era before the earthly death was burned in Ghost Flame, and from those flame arose vengeful spirits, Rancor. The same spirit Hornsent learned to summon through the hexes of the tower that the undead risen by Deathroot can summon. And judging by the colors, what even powers them? Rancor possessing skeleton remains like puppets, rising again. But why suppress death? Why do you want death? Why do you want all death to drift to one spot? In a place to where all death have been brought since antiquity, the oldest gravestones turn into spirits and then fade away. To saturate the land with it to the point of new death needs all death to fade away into spirit. You need new death to need all death to fade away into spirits. I believe the spirit's graves exist as a result of the suppression tower. Well, this was long written and hope you like some of these ideas before. I'm not sure what I understand this sentence. To saturate the land with it to the point new death needs all death to fade away into spirits. This reminds me how weird the suppression tower was. Yeah, it's still it's a big question mark. Yeah, I think I don't disagree with anything fundamentally in this post. The only thing I would, the only conjecture I don't agree with would be the part about the horn scent wraith manipulation. being the origin of death hexes that Garrus revived. I think death hexes are... they harness vengeful spirits, but they are more about ghost flame specifically. Even though both harness vengeful spirits and the properties of spirits to be drawn, this is something that has been the case since like Dark Souls 1. To Miyazaki and From Software, magic that's based on the souls of the dead means it's drawn to other living beings. That's why they have these tracking properties. So soul-based, or spirit-based rather, hexes and sorceries and arts are all gonna have that property of tracking. That's why it was just speculation. Yeah. As in, there can't be more death in this one spot, so the oldest form of it, oldest graves, fade. Ah. But then what is the point of the suppression tower? Is my question. Like, if it's just the accumulation of death, that somehow there is a cap on the total death in an area that makes the spirit graves fade. There's also the fact as to why do stone graves turn into spirits. I don't get it, but anyways. Then what is the suppression tower suppressing? If it's not turning them into spirit graves and making them fade away, then what is the suppression, I guess? If the fading away is just tied to the accumulation. The whole thing about the omen not being able to return to the Erdtree, I never agreed with. It's a very common thing. I think they're just not allowed to return to the Erdtree because they're literally like cursed and dirty, like soiled. Their soul is just nasty. It's not necessarily a property of the horns themselves. It's just the conditions of the omens being basically like cursed beings. They're like full of curses. Like just like the just like the horn scent make perfectly valid potential divine gates concrete, they would be perfect, like they would be fine to be absorbed by the Erdtree, I feel. Alright. The power of the dead have is that of resentment. Like the trilogy. Yeah. The key info that I think is my greatest discovery is what the fuck Dun Inter does. Because it did not fit with the omens at all. And how we thought they propagate. But ancestral followers give us horns that can sprout from souls. In the horn scent mask, show tangled horns reduce the blessing of the Erdtree. So tangled horns is souls bar them from returning, and that's how Poo Poo Man works. I don't think it bars them from returning. If it bars them from returning, the ancestral followers wouldn't need to keep their distance away from the Erdtree. Is how I feel about it. But it's pretty interesting. There's some really interesting like thoughts here. Who made this post about the suppression tower? You know, Tree of Life, they call it. I think this is the Crucible. I guess Crucible could qualify as a Tree of Life, right? Yeah, it's just an ancient dynasty structure. Elden John has dropped his tablet in favor of tree growth. This seems to be the president of the culture of the tower. I don't know about that. Elden John dropped his tablet in favor of tree growth. I mean, the tree growth is also on a tablet. And then when you have the old palace ruin, they still have the... I guess it's probably too low res to see it here, but they still have the tablet. This guy in the middle still has the tablet on his hand after the planting of trees. Oh, there we go. Oh, this is the... Oh. Suppression tower is slight. I guess it's just more low res than the old one. You can see better the tablet on the hands of this guy. I do see that Belurat as a... I think Belurat is a continuation in some way, shape, or form of multiple cultures. One of them being the ancient dynasty before they were like lost underground. I think especially when you go to Enir Elim, you're gonna find a lot of stuff that are evocative of the ancient dynasty, and even pre-release because of their architectural style. They were heavily like ancient dynasty coded. I think in my DLC like video I had said that the Belurat area, which we didn't know was Belurat back then, it seems to be heavily ancient dynasty coded, but also heavily Farm Azula coded. And it's doubly true now after release with Enir Elim. And we also know they were studying the ancient ruins of Ra, so... I think Belurat existed during the Age of the Dragons, might have had some ties to the Farm Azula through... It might have had to do with their worship and the heavens and divine invocation. And they seem to take elements from both the Blackstone, say like the ruin, the raw civilization, and the ancient dynasty. All right, this was interesting. That's cool. Thank you, Noah. I also just want to point out that the graves that got their spirits burned away in the abyssal wood are brittle. Torrance breaks them just by riding him. Ah, I wonder if that's a that's a good point, Natchka. I wonder if that's real lore. It's like I hate when you have to like ask yourself the question every time about stuff in this game. Is that lore or just weird gameplay mechanics? Just engine stuff. That's something to think about. Alright, we're gonna see the boats today, so we gotta make some progress. Ancestral followers are basically like if Homer Saint returned to monkey, peaceful with the nature, in tune with spirits. Rumina's bug bodies coil around her torso. It's a spiral. I want to ask, what do you feel about the idea the stone ship were dragged by the suppression tower? That drifted here is a very water pointing word, and we have giant stone ships that are also coffin. It does change the timeline though. I don't think so. Especially because specifically because the suppression pillar is a literal ancient dynasty pillar. And you have to understand that the thing about the coffins in the timeline is that as far as the ancient dynasty goes, in the obelisk that represents their history, the coffins are the first thing. It's the first layer. If you're gonna be talking and detailing your history, the first layer is obviously the first thing that marked their history, their establishment. And the last layer in those like ancient dynasty obelisks is the closest thing that you could interpret as them being established as a civilization, with them being lined up under the arches and the pillars. That's where like they established a civilization that prospered, which we know as the ancient dynasty. The ships always have to, like, as a rule for me, I just don't see... I mean, the ships are first in their history, so the ships are first in the timeline, is how I see it. You're right, there is one that doesn't have the ship at all, and it has, like, the thing they gather around, but nevertheless, still, the ship is always in the first layer. Those are interchangeable as being the first layer. I am not sure if there is one that has the ship above that layer anyways. But those are the most, like, first marking events, but they would be both first in the timelines before all the other layers. I would obviously point the ship before that one, before the thing they found, because the ship can only, like, show basically arrival or departure or travel in general. Which I'm gonna go with arrival to this land for now. I mean, arrival, departure, it's the same thing. It's literally the same thing. Their travel. The first being their travel, and then I'm gonna be like, oh, they made contact with this thing, whatever that thing is in the middle. Tree of Life, Crucible, Elden Ring, whatever you wanna think that thing is. Which they probably found in the place they arrived, because there isn't a... Yeah, because they are both followed right away by the... I guess it's the tree planting that comes after those. The cultivation of trees. Now you could say maybe they found the thing, then they traveled, but it's a bit more awkward to me because you have to assume that because they found that thing, they traveled. Or maybe they took it with them, and why did they travel after finding that thing? Like, what prompted that? This is Mesmer soldiers. But this seems to be a forge for punishing the Mesmer troops. Blessed bone. Bone fragment touched by the gold of the Shadow Tree, broken from the remains of the warriors who perished in the realm of shadows. A blessing such as this is said to be the greatest honor that can be granted to the dead. We have golden boned people in the base game around Lanedale. But this one says it's specifically a blessing of the Shadow Tree. I mean, the Shadow Tree still has gold. I guess those in Lanedale just had the greatest blessing. Those are some pretty crazy instruments. This is some Victorian surgical instruments right here. This isn't very medieval. Bunch of soldiers in a cell. Wow, this is what's wrong with this game. See, this is what's wrong with this DLC. You have this hidden section in this area. And there is a chest. You open it, what does it give? Smithing stones. Like, this should not have been smithing stones. This shouldn't have been smithing stones. These guys dropped smithing stone 5. Why are you giving me smithing stone 6 in a chest in a tucked away area? This is... It's like I would say they didn't have enough loot to just... It's like they designed these places and then they figure out what's the reward to place in them. So you could say they didn't have enough loot to just pad everything with meaningful like loot, but the issue is that that's not even true because it's kind of their fault for hiding so many relevant loots and items towards like at the end of like quest lines. Like after the Leda fight and after Radan, you get like 6 full armor sets, like 7 weapons and whatnot. It's like they definitely did not properly like space out their loot. Like so much loot is just you receive in like packages of like 8 items, like 6 items, 4 items. When there is an opportunity to spread that shit a bit around, so you actually get to have meaningful like items in chests like that. Have PTSD with these smithing stones. Natalia X, hello, how are you doing? I hope you're having a good Friday. I'm good. Kinda hot, and I was hesitant to stream, but I only streamed last Friday, so I was like forcing myself. So one day we finish this playthrough. Do you play just this game? Yes. I would say for the foreseeable future, yes. All I stream is basically Lorethrough of this game, invasions sometimes. Iris of Occultation. Not Resin, Broken Rune. Let me catch up with that. Bloodborne reference. Do you have any idea about the Tibia Mariner boat in Mesmer's Towers? Pietro? No, I don't. I generally don't. We're gonna look at them closer and try to think about that when we get to the Shadow Keep. The copium doomer take is that the Shadow Tower used to be the Helfen, so that's why it still have Tibia Mariner boats in there. But that's just copium. Curse the placeholder item. Curse on the rewritten DLC. Miyazaki wants you to struggle onto eternity. Yes. The stone coffin is fine. You just need high IQ to get it. That's true. YouTube chat is so keck, dude. I wouldn't let me send messages saying you don't have a high IQ. Damn, really? That's crazy. Great. So do you stream daily? No. I stream like once a week or twice a week, something like that. Before I'm trying to commit to that. That's why I forced myself to stream this Friday, because last stream was last Friday. So yeah, I tried to commit to that because the last Lorethrough we tried to do of the base game of Elden Ring was going on for a year and a half, and we hadn't made it to we barely made it to the mountaintops. So
well played,
thanks for the follow, Natalia. Well, I hope you enjoy your stay. So because I'm trying to stick to a minimum of streaming once a week so we can actually make some progress. I remember I got here way before I ever did NCIS, and I lost my mind when I picked up the Iris of Occultation in Marika's Rune for nothing. Yeah. Just call it copium, that's just doomer. Yeah. Keep it up, I leave you a follow. Your channel has great vibes. Thank you! I'm glad you enjoyed it. I hope you enjoy your stay. Mesmer Soldier's Ashes. Okay, let's read all of this. Though be warned, we do spend hours looking at walls sometimes, like very autistically. So that's what Elden Ring lore hunting is like. Cosmos is so cool that you've decided to do 2 4-hour live stream daily. I think that's so great. Thank you, John C. I'm glad someone appreciates the efforts I put in. Very nice. By the way, I work as an artist. Would you like to see it? You can tweet at me something on Twitter and I will check it out later. Thanks for the answer. I was thinking about the Helfen too. The black bricks and the black blade are similar, but I don't know about the red lamp could be. What the red lamp could be in the Shadow Keep. The biggest copium I have ever heard in my life is that the red light is supposed to be Mesmer at the top of the tower. You know, that's just pure copium. I'm sorry. That's just yeah. I think the only thing I'm willing to entertain is that maybe at some point the Shadowlands was supposed to be the spirit world and the Shadowkeep might have been the Helfen. I'll give that like a 1% chance that it might have been a thing, but that's about it. The red light is to signify that Marika is a one-ton strumpet. Thank you, LP. Those are enjoyable hours too. That's great to hear. Cosmos, on a scale of 1 to Kurva, how Eastern European are you? 1. I'm literally 1. I'm not Eastern European at all. Can I get your Discord so I'll share some samples of my work? If you just tweet at me with like @ing me directly, I will only be the only one to see it on Twitter, and then I can like message you if I want to send you my Discord then. I don't mind, but just not gonna do it on stream. But if you just reach out to me through Twitter, I can then like send you my Discord. Some software employee watch all the lore streams, and whenever the streamer speculates something, they just throw their heads back and go, "Ha! Look! The gaijin is making shit up again to make sense of stuff." Damn it. Yeah, Last Protagonist has a new video on Marika and the Hornsent and the Shamans, I believe. He has been doing also a mini series for like some translation stuff. Those are pretty cool as well. Alright, an iris that is as dark as night. Placed on the eye of another to deny them light in all its forms, can also be used to receive the blessing of an equipped great rune at the cost of all runes currently held. In the realm of shadow, this sacrifice was employed by the priests of the Earth Tree to intensify the fear of their flock to magnificent effect. Interesting. You need to make more? Yeah. Didn't Center Tarnish get 700k views on one of his videos? I think I just saw that while searching for some stuff. Wait, really? Damn. Well, good for him. And it's a new video as well? That's crazy. I think then the first video I'm gonna be releasing is gonna be like maybe in like a month or two at best. when when interest in Elden Ring has fully died down. Hello Monas, how are you doing? So this gives the blessing of a great rune at the cost of the all runes held. Shadow and light. Golden remnant of the grace personally bestowed by Queen Marika to the heroes who joined the crusade for her. The brilliance of Queen Marika's grace blinds even the very best. So, did they just turn blind as well? Classic Cosmos again. Hey man, it is what it is, okay? Record of crafting techniques by the devout battlefield priests. These keepers of faith fought bitterly to spread their gospel in the realm of shadow where there was no earth tree to gaze upon. This description... Okay, this is right about like the priests of the earth tree stuff, right? Battlefield priest. Also, that image is interesting. Like, there is a basin. There is like a rune arc at the base of the... like under the roots of the tree. And the rune arc is when the grace of the Elden Ring pulls. Okay, that's pretty interesting. The rune arc under the roots. That's pretty interesting. Okay. So this description... The fact that there is no earth tree to gaze upon on the Shadowlands and they are working to spread their faith makes me think that maybe there never was an earth tree to look at in the Shadowlands. Because the war happened like a solid bit into the age of the earth tree. Like, the earth tree was already fully grown. It wasn't young. It wasn't like the giant war or anything like that. It was after the union with Karya, obviously. It's, some people would arguably place it even... Huh. Interesting. Some people would place it even after Godfrey's banishment. Which I'm not so sure about, but anyways. But they had to fight bitterly to spread the faith. It's kind of odd. If the earth tree was visible not too long ago, like before the war. It almost sounds like these people just have never seen the earth tree. And it couldn't have been because the earth tree is small, because by the time the war started, the earth tree was fairly fully grown. I think you can even, like, during the year, like when Radagon married Rilana, the Church of Vows, I think there is a line that implies that the earth tree was visible from the Church of Vows already. So it was already gigantic. The thing that really annoys me about this is that we are told that that the lands were together in the past, but then this suggests would have been when the earth tree was already born. But if but if the lands was separated when the earth tree was born, War of Giants, then why the hell are there so many Karyans here? Why did they come here later? I would assume so. I would assume that the ceiling of the... Like, if the scenario is the Lands of Shadow was sealed from the beginning, like from Marika's ascension, and like we take the story trailer saying... Are you kidding? Did I just... Okay. What's wrong with me? L. There wasn't an item up there, was there? Yeah, if we assume the ceiling was after the America's ascension from the story trailer, it's like the something like of the birth of it wasn't birth, it was like the creation of gold and birth of shadow, something like that. If we go off with that, and that the birth of shadow is basically the seeding of the Shadowland, potentially even the seeding of the Rune of Death, then the idea would be that the Shadowland has been sealed. And then America sent a whole army to the Shadowlands, like later. I would assume America has the power to like take people in and out of the Shadowlands. I don't have much of an issue with that. I mean, if she sealed the lands of Shadow, like that's really like nothing for her to just send people there, I would assume. Ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell. The soldiers belong to the ignoble. How do you say that in English? It's like that's a French word. Like that's a French word. How do you say that in English? To the ignoble, penal battalion, and were buried hidden from the Shadow Tree's sight. Though there isn't even earthly burial, but there is also the extra shame of not even be buried next to the Shadow Tree. Ignoble. Ignoble. To the ignoble. Ew. Ignoble. Iris of Occultation is not the same as the Iris of Grace. And it's not the same as Marika's rune. It's interesting that it has Marika's rune on it. I do like the French pronunciation better though. Yeah? There's plenty of perfumers. Repeating crossbow. Cool OEC for intense description reading, yeah. The guy gave up. I really does this Ghost Flame Dragon give anything at all? And I mean at all, besides like a dragon heart. Again, 3, that's 2 chairs, never mind. The Starfell Ruins, I guess we should go up there. Not anything worthwhile. Okay. Really? Alright, place your bets. Is it a long boy underground? Or is it a compact boy underground? Thinking a long boy. Compact. Alright. Moment of truth. It's a compact boy! Congratulations, Saint Meme. You are our first ever winner of the Cosmos stream quiz. Very nice. All the people who said long boy are banned. He's still cute. Yes. I do wonder why these guys, they seem to love. Actually, they sap stamina. FromSoft really likes to introduce these enemies with like really no context whatsoever. I feel like this should be important in the pseudo spirit land that the Shadowland is. Saint Meme ditched us for Twitch chat. Well. Cosmos, you watched any film recently? Ghost Dragons have Somberstone? Yeah, sure. I've been watching a lot of... I've been rewatching an anime recently. Is what I've been doing. Movies wise... Gwinori, are you in chat? Do you remember? What's the last movie we watched? Wasn't watching live. Yeah, that happens on YouTube a lot. Rashomon! Thank you. Yeah, so I watched the Kurosawa movie. Sorry. Yeah, John C, that's too old and classical for you. Hello, Tim Digiri. How are you doing? There are also near turtles, and turtles are about stamina. True. But they are not always near turtles, but sometimes they are, oddly enough. For a reason I'm not sure I understand. Procrastinating at work? Classic! Look at this little crown. So cute. The influence of the crucible makes you hairy as well, apparently. I think it's this is an animal that's not supposed to have fur, but the influence of the crucible also makes it have fur. That's a rad one? Yeah, it's really cool. Warface are love children of Eel and with the horns. What? I do watch a Twitch channel that does a ton of kaiju and tokugawa and Japanese stuff every night, all night until morning. As in like episodes of stuff? DKU TV is the best. Okay, that's cool. Not Tokugawa. Toku as in tokusatsu. Okay. I worked on restoring Kurosawa films in college. That's quite literally my jam. Holy shit, man. Damn, I really like shot at the completely wrong thing here. Okay, I was completely off the mark. Never mind. Chicken, my jam is Deadpool and Wolvercake. Yeah, I don't believe you. I've been getting on a... I haven't watched too much of that stuff, NatK, but recently I have been... Over the last year, I have started watching movies because I never watched too much movies in my life before. Just the... whatever mainstream stuff came out. But recently, over the last year, I actually like... started to actually get into movies and try to watch like as much classical movies from different genres as I can. I've actually touched on the whole like Godzilla stuff, but only like surface level. I haven't watched the first ones. I haven't watched the first ones yet, but I've watched a fair bit of like older Japanese ones. But I haven't watched the 50s one. So now I know what Ghidorah is and the dumbass butterfly. What is it called? Fuck. Mothra. Yeah. Mothra is not it's a moth, whatever, man. Same difference. But yeah, it's kind of, some of them are like they are all so bad, like genuinely. That's Godzilla's wife. Yeah. No, they are like, some of them are so bad. I think they're so enjoyable on a certain level. But holy shit, some of them are so bad. Like, and I'm not talking about like the monster fight part because that's fine. But man, the human plot lines in some of these movies are like incredibly bad. I think I scared the last protagonist away, sorry. I don't think so, Rocky. I think it just had something to do. Don't worry about it. They're just dumb fun and a few are actually good, yeah. I ain't never scared. Yeah, he ain't scared of anything. That's right. There you go, you summoned him. Ah, that's a very... That's a gold eye. It's hard to tell with the piece yellow lighting of the Skidoo Ultras. I fucking hate how the Skidoo Ultras area looks. It's so awfully obnoxiously disgusting. Like, who thought the fucking piss yellow sky and lighting was a good idea? It's so saturated. Like, it's actually disgusting. I cannot stand it so much. Anyways, rant over. The newest one is S tier, maybe the best one of all. Therefore check out -1. That's not the newest one. I guess you're not counting the Godzilla X Kong. I also watched a few of the American ones. It's incredible. Like they're so American. They're so American Hollywood movies. It's Deathblight Caller. Yeah. There's like tar falling from the sky. -1 is amazing. -1 is actually good. I wonder where Tarnished Archaeologist is. I miss his video. Has he not been posting since the DLC? I feel like Tarnished Archaeologist has gotten popular enough where he's under so much scrutiny. And people have become more critical of his theories over time. That they are probably... I don't know if it's one person or multiple people, but I think they are probably just taking their time with the DLC. Especially when you make like... when you're not making a video about just reading item descriptions and you're coming out with explicit claims of certain things. Which I do as well. I think Last Protagonist does as well. Like you're actually theorizing rather than just reading item descriptions and giving like the bare bone skeleton of the lore. You're gonna have some work to do to try to like reevaluate like all the thoughts you had and reconcile certain things and see where you were wrong, etc. Is this gonna work from here? Nice! Best item in game. The new American one is the top 2, but not in the same way. I'm a hardcore fan, so... I think the new American ones were good because of the CG fights. When they are on screen, I love them. But... the plot is like... I can't. I just can't. I can't. I just can't with their plot and characters and writing and... like the most Hollywood-esque, Hollywood-ass thing I have ever seen in my life. I apologize on behalf of my country. I feel generally bad people didn't watch -1 in IMAX. I saw it with friends and family 7 times. Every time the theater was completely silent. I did watch it in IMAX, by the way, John C. It was really amazing. Wait, did I? Hold on. Am I imagining things? Did I watch -1 in IMAX? Did I watch it on... I did. Okay, I did watch it in cinema, so it was IMAX. Yeah, no, I did. Yeah. Because I remember watching later ads, way later after I had watched it, ads, which I realized were for like the either the online or Blu-ray release or something. No, it was really cool. It was really beautiful. I really loved the scene when he does the like the radioactive breath and they are filming his tail and then there is the like noisiness of like radioactivity on the footage. It was really nice. I never watch his videos, but there is some people in Crunchy Discord that hate that guy. It's kind of wild. I think there's a lot of people who hate Tarnished Archaeologist's videos. I don't think I agree on much with him. I think the issue is that it's not as much as Tarnished Archaeologist is the problem, it's his fandom. That's the problem. Because he got so popular so fast and they are everywhere and they swallow everything he says with full belief and they would literally like walk up to you and tell you, you're wrong about this because Tarnished Archaeologist said this. You know? So I think that's where all the hate for Tarnished Archaeologist comes from mostly. Other than that, even if you don't agree too much with his like takes, which I don't, he actually brings up some really cool like real world archaeology knowledge and history into his arguments, which is always nice. This DLC is tripping me up trying to decode the timeline. I almost want to make a real hate video about it. Yeah. No, I mean, we're like, what, more than a month away and I still can't figure out when the Lands of Shadow was exactly sealed and the circumstances of like Mesmer's banishing. It's messy. It's definitely messy. If TI is also doing some real world archaeology research, it's not surprised it takes a long time to produce, yeah. I'm resisting making a hate video because people always say I'm just mad Mikula wasn't melee now. Yeah. I did a podcast with Rotatosker and Tim Digiri and it literally didn't come out because it was too because it was too negative. You got a shower? Could you pause and freeze in place for like 30-40 minutes? No problem, John C. That's what we do over here. You're safe. Hate engagement is still engagement. Godzilla Kong 1 was because Mothra shows up in the new Godzilla and Kong 1? Damn. I think there is a special timeline for the Hollywood Godzilla ones, right? There is like a 2014 one, then there is Kings of Monsters, then there is Kong. Then there is Kong x Godzilla when they fight Mecha Godzilla with Ghidorah inside of it. And then the new one. When it launches the laser attack you the first time, this kid in my row literally sat up in his chair like feet in the seat. No way. Dude, that's so rude. That's so bad. That's so rude. Is that an American theater experience thing or? True story about Chinese fan base, yeah. It's like the people who dismiss Chinese purely because they reference word history. Miyazaki doesn't know about Byzantium is not a valid rebuttal IMO. I also have my like, I don't like that approach. There's a lot of different approach to lore, and I don't agree with some of them, but yeah. I also don't think that you can just extrapolate lore points from parallels to either real-world history or just you can like extrapolate what happened event-wise in the lore through like themes or like parallel to some other story that From Software made or George R. R. Martin made. It's just an approach of like a different approach basically. The forbidden podcast banished to the realm of shadow, yeah. That's honestly dope. I think this fandom is beyond cringe, so I kinda like the idea that there's a YouTuber who creates zombie golem fans who believe everything he says and poison discourse to defend it. Okay. You feel robbed of the podcast. It's not that big of a deal. I don't think it was like good either. It was negative, but doesn't mean it was good. The legendary ones are all connected. Okay. Do you think Michael Zaki started taking the mysterious lore aspect too far? Was fine in Dark Souls 1, but each game is more and more missing chunks. I think I was fine with it in Elden Ring. I think Elden Ring took it further than Dark Souls series did. But the whole like main plot of Elden Ring is built around a mystery, so I can't like hate on that too much. And I do think the lore of Elden Ring and the world building they did with it is probably the best they have done so far. I think Elden Ring was on the edge, but also if it was too far was I don't know what's the word in English, but it was dependent on what would come after, because Elden Ring is the first game. It's the first game, we'd have to get DLCs, potentially sequels. But the DLC is definitely too far because, and I'm not even talking about the fact that the DLC did not answer questions about the main game. Like that aside, like that whole issue aside, the DLC itself, and I'm talking about the lore of the DLC that only relate to the DLC, like the new lore, like for example, about the timeline that Last Protagonist was talking about, like the whole Mesmer invasion, when it happened, the Stealing of the Shadowlands, all of that. I think they went a bit too far in making it like completely unclear. Like it's incredibly unclear. And things are just left way too open. I think the braid of Marika in the Shaman village is a good example of that, in the sense that The shaman village is given to you, is set up in a way that you could literally make up whatever story you want around it. You could literally make it that Marika sacrificed all her fellow shamans, or not, or it's something else. Like, even the braid is literally taunting you. Oh man, I wonder what Marika said. Was it an apology? Was she doing a confession because she's the bad guy or something? You know, I don't know. Who knows? Oh, nobody knows. I think it's too far in the DLC. I think the lore obscurification, not obstruction. What's the word in English? Damn it. Obfuscation. Thank you. Is a bit too far in the DLC. Like, definitely. What did he abandon here, huh? My eyes. Okay, that's a big deal. Oh shit, I missed a lot of messages. I only hated one theory and stopped watching all the content by the creators because it kept coming up. I hate that the theory has kind of permeated the community. Oh, you're talking about tarnished archaeologist? Hello, Varun. You will never like anything if you expect 100% hit rate on things designed to be not only obscure but explicitly ambiguous. Yes, there is an element to that that's true, I think, but I think we can all draw a line somewhere and say, okay, maybe this is a bit too much. This is a bit too open. This is a bit too empty. I think Elden Ring is probably the Souls game that has the most gaps and the most opportunity to make up whatever you want, the base game. And out of all the Souls games, I don't think that was too far. I think that was fine. But I think the Elden Ring is the DLC is just over the line. The DLC is just over the line in many things, just like it's over the line in boss design. Like, Radahn is too far. His Eternal City was very good. The one on Omens, not so much. I don't think I watched those from Tarnished Archaeologist. It's Garbanzo because the ending in Garbanzo, the journey does not matter. The ending does everything. Everything else just cope for people who lives and didn't work out. America being mysterious I find okay. What I hate is lack of timeline, clue, and cause of events. No, I agree. I think if it was just Marika's shaman based bullshit, that would be one thing. But I think what I was referring to when talking about Marika is how the item description of Marika's braid, like, is straight up the developers almost taunting you about that. Even if it's fine for the shaman village storyline itself, fine. It's more about the general, like, just the general tendency of the whole DLC regarding that. The main game is a decent foundation for other things could be built upon without closing too much of the DLC. Is too obtuse. It's a good thing, Cosmos. You need a high IQ to get it. It's great because the purpose of this game is to be fodder for YouTube videos. The vaguer and lamer it is, the more videos we get, the better it is. You know what? YouTubers shouldn't complain. I can't be wrong because the DLC cannot prove me wrong, so I can say whatever I want now. I can make 50 videos. What annoys me about the lore of Elden Ring compared to Dark Souls and Demon Souls, you don't ever really interact with old world folk, whereas our character doesn't ask characters like Rani anything. That's a good point. Dark Souls was vague, but we understood characters' motivation, relatively speaking. Elden Ring's interpretation hinged on so much that isn't there. That's true, I agree. I think and that's also something that exasperated in the DLC, because the DLC really needed that connective tissue with the main game, but there was not even a sentence, a word, like, not even a single dialogue that ties them together or acknowledges what happened in the DLC, which was a huge missed opportunity and sucked big PP. I personally like the DLC ending because I was tired of people like Vati and Smo trying to make Radahn being a big villain of game. That's fine, and I'm with you there. I genuinely think Radahn did nothing wrong, and I even considered before the DLC to release a video saying Radahn did nothing wrong. and that the DLC gives more ammunition to that, but getting vindicated on one thing such as that isn't enough to like make me enjoy the huge bait and switch that the story trailer was, I guess. I think Miyazaki just lost his sauce. He said he legit enjoy watching lore theory videos. It makes me think he did it over the line because he likes seeing people fit together the vagueness. Do you think so? You think Miyazaki just became a YouTube lore video watcher? What a loser, man. Who watches YouTube lore videos? I don't. Yeah. The Famous music is the only thing that's slowly making me not hate it. Everything seems to have something contradictory. Yeah. Not trying to argue someone else, but try not to speak poorly of specific creators. I prefer not to speak with theories. That's fine. You can say you don't like a theory someone made. Just don't needlessly shit on them. The DLC also answers question I would have preferred left vague, like the origin of the two fingers. Ah. I think the issue I have with the origin of the two-finger part is just how they really thought they could sneak in, like the finger creepers into that. Like we wouldn't notice that it's... like they really thought they could sneak in the finger creepers into the fingers lore just like that. As in, oh, they all come from the same place. Yeah, no. That move genuinely leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Like the whole... shoehorning the finger creepers into the finger lore. I'm back, still crying? Yeah, that's all we do here. This game is made by a hack and nothing makes sense. I will use shield and bend and then beat it. Coward. Game lore is too insignificant to care about hating people that much, yeah. Alright, did you notice all the water affinity in raw Blackstone Civilization has? I would say vaguely. I don't think it's such a strong affinity. But there is some of that. But I feel like it's not necessarily any more than there is like between the Eternal Cities and water. Rani is literally the only good thing in the game, honestly. Damn, found the Rani simp. I was being for stream precipice aqueduct. Yeah. The finger keepers being finger lore is okay by me, but we're clearly missing the lore as to why they are born or what the fuck happened to Meteor to make her kids deformed. My favorite lore answer is one of the things they did most clearly, that communion is a psyops by Placid to make people do his genocide. I think they might have been, they were so incredibly explicit on that point. On the whole, like, Dragon Communion lore, I don't mind it that much. I also don't mind it because that's literally what I thought and expected. So... Kumo Rine, hello. Isn't Meteor deformed by the Finger Slayer blade? It's a theory. It's an idea. It's an assumption. It's not confirmed or like supplemented anywhere. We just know that at some point she became broken. She became broken at some point. We don't know why and how exactly, but... And one of the theories is that it's because the Nox tried to stab her with the Finger Slayer blade. Which I do like. I think that makes sense to me, but yeah, it's just... it's not a fact. Since you worded your question as if that's like a thing we know for a fact. That's Rani husband to you. Damn, okay. agree. Shouldn't hate people for lore theories. You should hate them because they are Souls content creators. Damn. I feel like one finger ruin is from Betier, the second is likely for the three finger, but what made the third? I don't think I agree with that in general. Like a finger ruin is for Meteor, another is for someone else. The finger ruins don't look like what do you call them? Meteoric impacts to me at all. I think the finger ruins might be some sort of like alien looking ruins made by the fingers or something, rather than being an actual impact crater or arrival point for like a couple different stars. But then again, maybe not the arrival of a singular big star, but all the spores / eggs found around there. I mean, okay, it's not like they came as fallen stars, the spores. They are birthed by Meteor somehow. I don't know. We'll talk about that when we get there. Have you opened up the possibility that the Golden Order may not have been created in the same time the Lorethrough was born? Things like Suppressing Pillar and Dueling Shields have made me consider it. No, I think it's still, to me, it's still the Golden Order was when the Lorethrough, vaguely around the time the Lorethrough was born, and the removal of the Rune of Death, etc. I don't see how, let's see, Suppression Pillar changes that. Suppression Pillar is an ancient dynasty structure. It's not a Golden Order structure. Now you could literally link it to the Golden Orders, like purely by virtue of the ancient dynasty's ties to the Eternal City's ties to America, but good luck with that. There's like 3 layers of theories. There's also these guys here. Okay. I guess we could talk about the minor urchin. You know what? Let's go to the boats. I keep getting sidetracked. Let's go to the boats. It's because they told us straight out that the NPC almost feel like unfitting for the SH to get such clean lore. Didn't Ymir say that he was always broken? Ymir implies that she was broken at least before Marika's time, but the item description tells us she was broken at a certain point. Do I not have the grace under here? Okay, I don't. Okay. They have nails that the 2 fingers don't. Yeah. The finger creepers. I feel like finger creepers had like a lore tied to like Rykard and Blasphemy in the main game. It wasn't like really hard to believe or see. It was just non-explicit at all, and you could like struggle to find out exactly what it was, but then they decided to add it to the same origin as the 2 fingers, which just feels out of place and forced. It's like unnecessary as well. Like, why? Is it just because you couldn't fill the area with just the eels, so you had to add the finger creepers? Is that why you felt the need to justify their existence being tied to the 2 fingers and Meteor? I don't know. I want to run, but I want to catch up with chat. Was Ymir's intent sending us on our quest to get killed by Meteor or by the girl that invaded us? Literally, why? What does he get out of us up until that point that requires him for us to go after? I think... I mean, I don't know, I haven't thought about it too much, but potentially he might just be trying to cut all the loose ends because you're the one who killed Meteor and helped him. So he's just trying to kill you. I mean, he seems to have wanted for you to kill the Mother of Fingers so he can become the Mother of Fingers, so it's hard for me to believe that he was offended by you killing her. Dew Gem is the key item at all. 19's Dew used to spirit medicine precursor to the Nox Drought. It does seem to be maybe tied to something Nox related, but... It looks like some giant creature uses spells you could get from Ymir and summon those giant fingers. Outright signature. The two fingers ruin do differ on the map. They do have gold and silver specs. Onyx and Alabaster Lord bring attention to different colors of meteors. That's true. What do you think of the minor Earthtree incant saying it's the kindness of gold without order? I think it just means that this is the power of life, of gold, of grace. Basically, not given through like the Earthtree necessarily. It's just the blessing of life, just the vitality. I don't think it's too much difference from like blessing of the Earthtree basically. It's just a form of blessing given unconditionally and not through some sort of system established. I mean, we know order existed. We know the Elden Ring existed as far as Farm Azula. So there was... Even if the Golden Order didn't necessarily start with the Earthtree, there was an order in place. YouTube wasn't showing me anyone else's comments. That's weird. I'm surprised there's virtually no mention of the Golden Order or Order in general. That's true. Is there even a mention of Order at all in the DLC? I can't think of one. YouTube chat breaks easily. I'm surprised. I don't know. Do we know why Marika sealed the Shadowlands? Monas, you can speculate. Okay, I'm gonna do the thing where I stare at a wall for 20 minutes to catch up with chat, so I can actually pay attention to the loot I might be missing on my way. Why did she seal the Shadowlands? Maybe she was trying to hide, like, obfuscate history and hide her past. Maybe she just used it as like a painting world, a place where she dumps all the things that are not cool. It seems to be implied by one of the items as to what the Shadow Tree is. I think Golden Order is one of the time when the Earthtree is sometime after the Earthtree was established. Like there's an age before Marika, then the Earthtree, then the Golden Order. Is there any lore on the gigantic god warrior? Oh, well, missed it. Dueling Shield implies Godfrey ruled over the Shadowlands, as sometimes pulling the Veiling of the Shadowlands later. Suppressing Pillar text implies Land of Shadow was sealed at the same time as Death Rune. I don't think this Suppression Pillar implies that. I do think that your idea towards Godfrey ruling the Shadowland is one thing. I think Godfrey was around in the Shadowlands in some way, as we'll see in the Shadowkeep in front of the Minor Earthtree. But if he was actually ruling over that land, I'm not so sure. It says that the practice of the arenas survived in the Shadowlands, but it also might have been something brought by the people who went on the crusade specifically. Yeah, I'm missing too much of the chat. Let me do something real quick. Okay. Do you think gaining a fate guided by the stars by blowing the finger horns has implication for the Carians and how fate works in general? Potentially. But I don't have any strong opinions on that at the moment. Also, Cosmos, which Olympic category would you likeliest be to win at? I don't know. None. I'm not Olympic level at anything. Loki theory that finger creepers are byproduct of creation of Marika's Radagon research in order for the two-finger origin specifically, because you can in. And this is part of that got left behind. To me, that tree just means Melina was Marika's kindness, and she's part of that got left behind, just like Trina after Marika had nuked the horns that 100% deserved, and then later became a tyrant. Interesting. The Shadow Tree is the shadow of the Earthtree born of darkness, bears no semblance of whether twists and bend its stock rendering its brittle. Thank you, Natsuki. So one mentions and it's vague fluff, that's 99%. Pros. Yeah. Uh-uh. Mm-mm. The thing about Godfrey is that he seems to have been hello Charles, how are you doing? The thing about Godfrey is that he seems to have been at war for his whole reign, basically. And I believe Mesmer's crusade happened before Radagon was Elder Lord, and the general decline of the Crucible worship was caused by Radagon. Mesmer had Crucible wielding knights. Arenas have Crucible Knight talismans. Radagon shut them down. Arenas are part of the Crucible culture under the Urchin. Sure, I can see that. Olympic level of stalling the playthrough. Come on, man. I'm just trying to be up to date with chat. All right, we're good. Golden Order is mentioned once in Mikelan's spell. Takes about how Mikela formed his own tradition separate from the Golden Order. Wasn't it fundamentalism? Does it even say Golden Order? Doesn't it say fundamentalism? Or does it say Golden Order fundamentalism, I guess? Potentate. A hefty rock pot. Are hefty rock pots just meteors in a pot? Meteor pots? Stupid flyman. Is there anything around here? Super secret item that reveals everything? Nope. Flymen really kind of feel a bit random as far as an enemy category goes. Simply throwing eyes found the ground as place of guess not. Yeah, no, I was joking. I wasn't saying it's like literally a gravitational like chunk item that has gravity effect. Ghost flames. It's quite incredible how From Software can introduce the Shadowlands, the land where all death drifts, and manage to dodge the topic of death and twin birds and them being the envoys of an outer god and all of that so incredibly. I would have said graciously, but not even graciously. Just so incredibly strongly. It's quite impressive, really, when you think about it. Is there another one that's gonna come up? Ow. God damn it. You're deepening my hollowing, please relent. Okay, I'm going hollow fighting the... You really hit me with your bubbles from way there. Okay. Somber stone. Thank you, Miyazaki, for the somber stone. You know, I actually went through down item description a while back, and Golden Order alone exists very little. It's almost always fundamentalism. It made me wonder if there is even a difference between the two. Well, the fact that it's called fundamentalism, yeah, means that there is a difference between the two. Our only hope is Jarberg 2.0. Deserved for looking like that. You sounded serious. My bad. Did we ever get a hint that the worm face are from the DLC, or is it open question? I don't think there is any hint to that, considering we don't find a single one here. They really pushed the death equals sleep thing. They basically drive it like they... I don't want to be that guy and start the Glowmite Queen discussions, but they almost made it that that Saint Trina has very strong Glowmite Queen vibes. Even more so now in the DLC. I don't think she's the Glowmite Queen, but... But they really pushed death, like sleep, to the extreme, where it's literally, if there is a line between death and sleep, where they literally put Saint Trina after being separated from Mikela on Eternal Sleep being like right there. It's like right on the line. Eternal Sleep is right on the line of being death, but it's not death. It's Eternal Sleep. From Software probably doesn't want to make a game or another DLC related to Elden Ring, because I can feel that Elden Ring is really over with this DLC. Ah man, I hope that's a possibility, but it would be a huge shame if this was like, think about the Ringed City. The Ringed City, the last piece of content we got for Dark Souls 3. I would say the Ringed City, lore-wise, is a good way to close off like the Dark Souls series as a whole. The Ringed City works really well as even like a Dark Souls 1 DLC. But I don't feel like that at all for Elden Ring. If this is the last of Elden Ring we get, I would be like honestly fairly disappointed. But it's very possible at this point. Disagree. I mean, yeah. I know you do. Saint Trina could have been the rebirth of the Glowmite Queen. Saint Trina is actually Mikela, is actually Mikkel, is actually Millennia, is actually Rani. They brought the IP of Elden Ring. I doubt they did that just to kill it. You know what? That's a good point. That makes a lot of sense. It would make no sense unless they bought it to kill it, so Bandai can't force them to make any more Elden Ring. The player is Mikela is the funniest shit. Yeah. This guy's Hornset has a beard. They don't usually have a beard, do they? To the velvet garden of deepest purple. Oh, to slumber in such a paradise. I think the intention originally was to take a coffin. I think this NPC doesn't make sense. Seahorn turtles, it gives beards, yeah. Now I think this NPC doesn't make sense in the current game. I think at some point you were supposed to take like a coffin, a stone coffin, to get to the somehow, in some way, shape or form, to the depths, the fissure depths. But now you just walk there. So I think they left that ghost, but it doesn't make too much sense. I think the second DLC cope is very cope. I think nobody would be unhappy with the second DLC. I think everyone here would love a second DLC just for the potential of what it might bring, which might be bring you even more disappointment. But I highly doubt From Software would just take time to make another DLC. Could they have placed one where you make the stupid jump down into the stupid Putrid Knight arena? You're skipping the Bellbearing, go get it. Am I? Okay. Do Bellbearings have any lore? They just say someone who died. This bozo died. El Bozo used to sell mushrooms and died. You can't get the rope? Damn, okay. Sorry, Cosmos, I gotta run. If you go offline before I get back, have a good one. Alright, see you. See you next time, John C. Have a good one. Have a good Friday and a good weekend. I think there is a crowd that really wanted these Bellbearings, mostly like console crowd, PvPers maybe, who wanted to have like infinite viable resources for craftables. And so the new Bellbearings are really cool for them. People on PC didn't care that much because they would just cheat stuff. In the next DLC, Godwin will not be as difficult as Consort Rodan. This time they will cry why Godwin is such an easy boss. Pin this comment. Okay. Let it be known that Mona said that. I think if there was another DLC, I would take something that doesn't even have an open world, really. I think the open world of Elden Ring is cool and all. It needs some work. I think the DLC was a bit better in terms of like the actual layout of it, but it could be better. In terms of rewarding exploration, I think it's worse than the base game. But in terms of layout, it's better. But at this point, I'm looking forward to more lightning-proof liver. Interesting. You know what the weird thing on the book? It almost looks like it's a weird scribbly like web writing. Like it's almost like some sort of like kindred writing. It actually reminds me of the markings on the Onyx and Alabaster Lords, which also make no sense. It barely looks like anything, but they seem to be very deliberate, like some really fucked up scribbles. They remind me of the Alabaster Lords. If there was by any like random impossible chance another DLC, I would literally just take a couple legacy dungeons. No open world. 2 or 3 bosses. And that's good enough. Miyazaki sees you. Yeah, but I saw that item. I had that description in mind when I said maybe it looks like writing, so It's not so much like I guessed it or anything. Most beautiful area in Elden Ring. It's quite incredible how this area managed to be so disappointing, really, and so actual empty of substance. Way too baked. That's how it is, man. The Forager is the only cookbook that changed appearance in the DLC, I believe. What do you mean, Rocky? Want me to convince you that the stone graves around the Cerulean Coast as Carol's graves that exist all over the world, to be fair, are at least as old as the catacombs? Path to the Haddock Tree has them clearly part of the dungeon. They are arranged neatly inside as part of the architecture. I mean, you don't need to convince me, Noah. That they are at least, yeah, I mean, I would say they are probably older than the catacombs at least. Yeah. There's... I mean... It's okay, Mariga, here's the most important lore revelation. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much is it okay to use Mariga as an argument to say Mariga came with the ships? What do you guys think? On a scale of 1 to 10. 100. Okay, that's not helpful. 2. I also let you know I just fought a Hornsent guy that summoned blue and white skulls in the same manner at the site. Did you? Where is that, Noah? It's not in a catacomb, is it? I think it's a 6, personally. Ask again. I said on a scale of 1 to 10, how valid it is to use Demi-Human Queen Mariga as an argument for Marika coming with the stone coffin ships. Somewhere between 1 to 10. Thank you, Tim Digiri. In a hole on the way to the nameless mausoleum, but the other direction that takes you to the ship stuck in a cliff. Drop down and go towards the island. He's with the dog. Okay, I'll check it out. 4, 1, 1. I see. Ban everyone that says less than 4. My doubt and vacillations. Well, was it raining or was I blind? Because as far as I know, I removed rain from... I modded rain out of the game. Like, 1 means it's completely, like, meaningless. 10 means this is literally... it's literally said black and white on the text. Okay, most of the rain is gone, but there is... Okay. I missed this one then. God damn it. I hate rain. On what text? On a hypothetical text. It doesn't say it on any text. I'm saying if it's a 10, it's equivalent of something being stated quite explicitly in an item description. Unless it's stupid, but I think they came with ships from space. Ships were imbued with gravity magic. I mean, they are stone ships, and they seem to have a weird thing going on, as we'll see in the Fissure. It wouldn't be weird that they came from literally another world or space. Not any weirder in a sense than stone ships floating on water. And I swear I had removed the rain from the game. Damn it, I missed this region. So a demi-human cargo cult, using that spot to claim legitimacy adds up to IMO. Any thoughts on the seduction? Best I can guess that the Hornsent would support Marika's Fire Giant War. Because we know Furnace Golem were designed to emulate Fire Giant to terrify Hornsents. I would say my best guess of the seduction has to do with, well, when we hear it in the story trailer, it says that Miquella spoke of the beginning and it shows Marika at the Gate of Divinity. So I would say the seduction and betrayal both have to do with Marika using the Gate of Divinity. Now, as to what it is exactly, I'm not sure. But as to what event it would concern, it would be around that event rather than the Giant War. Ancient Dynasty obelisk seems to imply some sort of arrival using ships. Yeah, no, for sure. There is also like these lightning bolts that we usually find underground around the Ancient Dynasty ruins and in the consecrated snowfield, which has literally everything from underground besides the Ancient Dynasty ruins. Now, talking about this guy... Oh, I never noticed this relief. Interesting. The boats, man. This guy is... I saw it, I noticed him for the first time on the... What are they called? The belfries. This guy's face is on the belfries. The little angel guy or whatever. With his curly hair. Because I think the putrid corpses and Clayman could be from the same place. Potentially. I think the putrid... Here's my take, plain as day, is that I think the putrid corpses are obviously like the corpses of people who were inside the coffins, which I think these are the coffin on which the Numen arrived on the lands between. So I think those corpses are basically the first Numen who arrived from another world. It's their remains. Now, what that means for the Ancient Dynasty, you could interpret it a few ways. My interpretation was, and this is pre-DLC, is that the Numen, when they came to this lands between, as they are depicted in the Ancient Dynasty obelisk, their arrival on these ships, is that they were graceless. They didn't have grace, basically. They were close to, like, I don't know, the Albinorics as life forms, for example. And they couldn't reproduce, is the key point here, is that they couldn't reproduce. So the... What is this? Hold on, I need to see this. That looks like something. So the idea here would be that the putrid flesh and like the impure lives inside the coffins lines up with that idea, because the word impure lives is also used for the Albinorics. Now, the Claymen are said to be priests of the, having served as priests of the Ancient Dynasty, so a lot of people think that they aren't some sort of like artificial life like the Silver Tears, and more like they are the actual like people of the Ancient Dynasty. So in that sense, you could say the putrid flesh and the Claymen are related would be my perspective in what potential way they could be related. Other than that, I generally lean towards the priests being artificial life forms. And their relationship with the putrid flesh is that they were made by the ancient dynasty more than anything. Is infinitely approaches 099. I see. I swear to God, this is an actual like crest symbol that's super faded that I think I have seen somewhere. I just noticed that the nameless mausoleums are ruined forge architecture. Any thoughts? I would have to check that. I don't think they are. I would have to double check. I would say more than 5. Okay. Now the question is, the story trailer imagery meant to match up one-to-one to the narration? Well, I mean, there is no way to know for sure. So I guess whichever you want, really, whichever like works for you. I think my intuition says that yeah, what I'm seeing on screen supposedly matches to some extent the narration. That goes for like even like Saint Trina too, when it shows like saying him like abandoning his fate and stuff like that. I swear to God, this is a really faded symbol of something I have seen somewhere. Marika seduced the glow might actually kill her up close. That's a potential explanation as well. Isn't the monk mummy dude of the horn scent? The monk mummy dude of the horn scent. Yeah? Are you talking about the tutelary deities? Yeah, the NPC is like in a mausoleum. It never spawns here. I also was waiting, trying to find it. You're welcome, Pietro. No problem. I see feet cross over there. Okay. Insect-ridden gravekeepers. Find it interesting that they say gravekeepers, yeah. Affair wasn't used in the trailer. What was used in the Japanese? Wait, where are we? We are in the Cerulean coast looking at the coffins. I'm under the bowl of the coffins. Yeah, and I think the trailer shows like literal events that happened. Now, what is this? What the hell? What is this depiction, Miyazaki? I don't know, ask LP, who's a JP translation fellow. I was asking Kuromine since he said Affair wasn't used in the trailer when talking about the Japanese version of it. The carvings are very much like nothing in the game. They are very alien in a way. Like the reliefs on the stone shapes, it almost looks like Aztec. Does the angel head really match the belfry? You can check. Just look at this guy and go look at the belfries. I think they look very close, if not one-to-one. They don't have the hand on the sides, I believe. This is like birds. Lions with wings, like some griffins. There's something in the middle. General heraldry. A bird, a lion, griffin-like creature with wings. The Japanese says Mikula Sama spoke over the beginning, the seduction and betrayal, and then gold, a rose, was born. The Japanese says just beginning of gold and shadow, but I don't have the text ending. Thank you guys. Yeah, so it doesn't say affair. Fuck, I paused. Oh. So it still says seduction. No. Snakes, birds, dragon heads. I don't know what culture is this, like Mayan or Aztec has like similar stuff to this. It's almost like there is tiles, but they are like in the wrong order. I wonder if you can extract the textures and reposition all the tiles to make a proper image. Because it really looks like it's like pieces of a puzzle, but they are like randomly arranged, like they don't actually fit to each other. This looks like a guy with wings. He's like kneeling. Are the things in the columns ears? I don't know. There's quite a bit of these tiles with like a kneeling, like angel figure, like winged. What's over here? Oops. There's this pattern again. I feel like I've seen this pattern somewhere. Have you found any new crazy lore stuff yet not covered by the community? I don't think so. What is this? This looks like a hunched over person with like a halo around its head. A saint? Are saints depicted with halos? Yeah, saints are depicted with halos, okay. I have a saint guy, an angel, a bird. Goofy owl looking birds. The saint guy again. I swear I've seen this somewhere. I've seen this relief somewhere. Maybe on the side of the ancient dynasty gravestones, maybe? Like especially this part here. Watch this all be a set of reused real artifacts scan with the human Farmazua statue being some French king. Yeah, I mean, it's normal that they would use like scanned assets sometimes. You don't have to like completely dismiss it. I guess you can't read into the meaning of the actual picture too much because it's just scanned from like real life and not custom made for the game. But from Farmazula, like the human assets in it, it's not important how the human himself looks really, or the fact that it's scanned. What's important is that there is a human statue in Farmazula. Like the fact that it's a real life scanned asset doesn't matter too much in that sense. Could the ox be related to the ox of the ancient dynasty? I mean, the ship literally looks like the ship on the obelisk of the ancient dynasty. Now, even like the weird thing at the back of the ships that you could see on the relief, Now with the hindsight of it being an ox, it just looks. You can't unsee it. Now, if you look at the relief of the ancient dynasty, you can't unsee that that thing poking out at the top was an ox. Before you could be like, yeah, like speculate or whatever because just blurry mess. But now that you see these ships and they have an ox on it, it's just perfect. So many different animals, yeah. I swear to God, this is something I have seen somewhere. I should maybe try to extract textures of the stone coffins, like the full set of textures. I'm gonna get around to doing that. Bunch of faces, animals, dragons, whatever. This thing, I don't think it's ears. People. And then you have an Elden John. An old bearded man with a tablet or something. An Elden Jonathan. Man, I swear I have seen this somewhere. You know what? We need to read stuff, by the way. But just real quick. Let me go here. Elden John was the bus driver. Potentially. Yeah, I guess this might be what I have been thinking of. This is on the... Oh, a bull. This is the same bull you can find in the wings of the grave birds. Like the singular flower. It's so low res. You just love this plain flower with petals. I'm looking for the highest res obelisk I can find. I guess it doesn't get too much better than this. Yeah, now if you look at the thing on top of these, whatever they are, the ships, the thing sticking out, like you could like speculate it was whatever, but now looking at the ships in Cerulean Coast and knowing it's a bullhead, I can't unsee the bullhead. Like it's too perfect. What if ox is actually a bull goat? Huh? How familiar are you with Irish mythology? Look up Tuatha De Danann. Feels eerily similar to the Moons in the Nox Ultimate Fate. Given half the names are Irish, I feel the real inspiration. It's very possible. They could be an inspiration, yeah. The cloister has gigantic image of the obelisk on the wall. Yeah, that's true. Thank you. As in bull goat. Oh. Oh. The huge pelvis. Do they have the ships though in the ancient cloister? Don't remember. Ah, they do. Look at this guy. He's even holding a tablet with a, I don't know, a bull, a horse on it. Let's go back to the ships. It's an egg! Maybe you fly the ship with the magic bull tablet. Maybe it's a steering wheel. Everything is bull team. A bull dish, you know. Do you think they had like bulls on their togas, on their shirts? I guess we should go to the Fisher first thing. The Fisher. Man, it's gotta be one of the most beautiful areas From Software has ever made. Like, easily. Loveworth. So someone was given flour to these coffins. Can you stop throwing your pots at me? No sail on the ships on the obelisk, just like the actual ones. To be fair, you don't see the full ship on the obelisk. Alright, let's read this. Crickets that produce a raspy cry. Sound of these crickets are often taken to be the rustling of the restless dead, or something the sound of their calling voices. A captivating vista of brilliant blue flowers intermingled with colossal stone coffins of unknown origins. That seemingly drifted to this place. To the east, the jagged peak thrust upward into the clouds. The stone coffins are so old nobody knows where they come from at all. Nobody has witnessed them drifting here. They don't know where they come from. And that's by Shadowland standards, so they're just very old. Heavy with velvety purple nectar. Material used for crafting items, exceedingly rare to find. Said to burgeon forth where the nectar-like blood of abandoned Trina pooled. So Trina was wounded as well. So when Mikela divested himself of Saint Trina, did he also divest himself of a portion of his flesh? Do they place the glove word to sort of keep the spirits of the coffins around, to seal it, make them passive? I think it's just, I'm not sure if they have some sort of like actual power. But I think it's just traditionally like putting flowers on a grave, but the tradition is to put like the glove words. The plants in this region are a bit different to the vegetation on the ground than everything else. Where death ultimately drifts. Coffin seemingly drifted here. Oh, seemingly. Then you gotta look at the at how they work in the fissure. What if they drifted through space, huh? These things are impossible to kill. Very disgusting color. I wonder if this plant isn't similar to this. To the Altus Bloom. I think if you just compare this image to the like shitty to the asset, it's not quite. But the general shape reminds me of the Altus Bloom, and the Altus Bloom was a funereal flower. I don't know. Ghost Flame Bloom. We don't have a Ghost Flame Bloom yet. Oh yeah, there is a little spot here. You know, not quite the same flower morphology. Yeah. You know, I went around this area for so long and I never found like the cave that goes to the mausoleum, to this little island. And then I come here and I see this, and I sat here for like half an hour trying like various methods and using like the potion from like Thiolier that kills you, and putting myself to sleep and throwing items, trying emotes, like trying to fall asleep between these two flowers, as in that would like, you know how you fall asleep to reach Archdragon Peak in Dark Souls 3? I thought that's how it would teleport me to that island or something. So I sat here for like an hour almost trying stuff. It's so weird that in some locations there is these non-lootable flowers. There is an unlootable Rada fruit in Bonnie Village. I tried to anesthetize Egon with eternal sleep. It did come to mind as well. Lore? Yeah, lore. I don't know. I don't know what this could be. Like, this seems like so deliberate, like these two flowers like this. Like, what's the point of them? What's the lore? What am I looking at here? There's actually a super secret Godwin secret fight that hasn't been found even by data miners. And these flowers are part of the puzzle, that you have to do some really obtuse things to move on to the next step. Cut content, I bet Saint Trina was gonna talk to us here. Or there was a Trina ghost or something. I wonder if I open like Map Studio and I look at this spot, if I will find like a trigger or something. It shows that there's flowers in the Elden Ring world. Yeah. Ooh. I want to look closer at more stone coffins. They're not exactly all like the same model and textures. It's really hard for me not to see these stone coffins as the ones in the ancient dynasty obelisk, so... Like, I genuinely cannot unsee it. Like, even when I try. That's a big one. It seems dishonest to try to fight on that point, to be honest. I don't know about dishonest, but... This symbol again. There is no way to get a good look at this unless I extract the texture. I just have to remember to do it. I might have a small idea of what it looks like actually. I think it might look like the symbol on the elevator levers, one of which is on the suppression tower. Okay, disgusting moss effects, thank you. Yeah, these ones are much more faded than the one we looked at earlier. What is this? It looks like a really goofy creature. Like this is his arms left and right and his legs. And he has a huge like face. That's his nose. And that's his mouth. Are you guys seeing this? What is this? It's cute. What's underground? Is this the boxing area for the fisher? Yeah. Fire giant chest guy. Don't insult him. Okay. Oh look. We're gonna have a better look at this later, but this is the two people in front of a gate, of a fissure, of a rift. The rift lands. Woo! Oh yeah, there you go. That's a higher quality one here. Would you look at that? Huh? This is beautiful. Like the Enir Ilim and the stone coffins were like one of the things I was the happiest to see in the DLC, and even though we didn't get any concrete lore about them, the schizo level stuff I have found on them are exactly what I could have hoped to see. Yeah, normally it wouldn't be like empty behind the rift, so you couldn't like literally see through it. Oh, we get to talk about putrescence, so that's cool. And Mikura. A bruise-colored putrescence that oozes from stone coffins, congealed into a large viscous lump. Found underground in the land to where stone coffin drifts, the putrescence is what remains of the impure lives kept within the stone coffins. The impure lives kept within the stone coffins. So to me, impure lives just means like the albinorics, basically. As in untouched by grace. They are not like true life in the sense. And to me, most importantly, how I expected it to play out is that they cannot reproduce. The lives inside the stone coffin are from a race that couldn't reproduce. Many believe them to live impure lives. I believe the arrows that you can craft with putrescence have the same effect as the albinoric, as something you craft with albinoric blood cloth, right? Let's see. Are there creatures other than demi-humans that become feral at night? Realist, not that I know of. Someone said the blood fiends, but I checked and I didn't seem to get them to become frenzied at night. Stone coffin drift. Yeah. Suppression tower. I think the putrescent knight has gimp legs like Gaius. I guess that's... I never thought about that, but I guess that's potentially one way to link them as well. Spike bone arrows and alluring pods, yeah. So when I saw this and I read this, I was really happy. Even though we didn't get any lore about proper of the stone coffins, at least on that point I was really happy. Because that was my expectations for the Numen that came on the stone coffin, is that they would be unable to reproduce. Haddock tree seal. Sealed and obscured by Michaela. Okay, buddy. Hey, not like Marika, by the way. I'm different. I swear I'm not like Marika, by the way, he says. Sealed and obscured by Michaela. I like this sentence more than I like every other thing relating to Michaela in this DLC. Because the way it's worded as well, sealed and obscured, it's really trying to make you think of what Marika does basically every other day of the week. And this is one of the things he started off with on his journey to be a better god. I guess the NPC inside really like emphasized how this was a mistake. Sealed and obscured by Miquella. Just like how this whole place is sealed and obscured by Marika. Don't forget the Numen are descendants of denizens of another world. I think it would be fucked up and a poetic twist that the Numen are claiming built from the sludge that the original alien became. Basically remodeled. Oh yeah, I mean, that sounds epic. It's one of those theories that sounds like really cool. Like there is no way you would substantiate that idea besides the fact that, yeah, that paints a cool story. I like it. Trust me, I'm not anti-Hornite like my bigot mom, guys. Yeah. Imagine they took like the few survivors. I have talked about this before, but were the stone coffins always coffins, or were they dubbed coffins by those who found them? Because of what they are full of dead people. I tend to lean towards the second idea because it kind of sounds cooler, but also when we get a glimpse of the inside of one later, it kind of doesn't give the vibe that they are literally coffins. They became coffin in the sense that they are literally a tomb for all those who were inside. I imagine very few of the people who were on these like ships survived when they arrived here. And it's crazy to imagine that they took the goop of their dead brethren and made them into like artificial life, like remodeled them into the priests. In a twisted way, it makes it more, I don't know what to say here, comprehensible why they would make artificial life priests. You would think like a job of a priest is too important for something you made with your own hands. But if they are made of like the remains that potentially still hold some of the spirits of their people, then maybe. A bit like how the horn scent are blending a bunch of horn scent into jars and calling them saints. What if that's where the practice originated at all, of blending people together? To create a new combined being that's better than the sum of its parts. This also relates to my idea that Nox could be America's attempt to remake her people by binding them again from Silver Tear, but they rebelled against her / the greater will. Purely fanfic here. Maybe. Have you looked at the item you can make with putrescence yet? Interesting stuff. I don't think I have the recipes. Is it just the arrows? Or is there something else? If it's the arrows, we did talk about them. It's interesting that they have the same properties as the alluring pot. It's like the alluring pot and the arrows both have this property of like creating an illusion of something, of a presence, of, I guess you could say, life maybe. It's almost like they are like creating an illusion, a faux life, just like the albinorics and the putrescence might be faux life. They are not proper life. They also call the putrescence a putrid liquor, and it burns blue like some fuel do IRL, but also burn cold. There's something there. Do the putrescence itself burn blue? Or is that because they tried to burn it with Ghost Flame? Or is it an attempt to burn Putrescence? And when you try to burn it, it burns blue. And it is Ghost Flame because it's releasing the spirits. The spirits of the goo. The goo spirits. Yeah, I was thinking the other day about how that might relate to Shadow Lure. The fingers having like shadow incantations isn't strange at all. Like the fingers are their faction is like order affiliated in general, and there is this idea in game, like with some people, that in Elden Ring order is associated with cold and light necessarily, but not really. Order is very much like Dark Souls disparity, but Dark Souls there is no faction that's called disparity exactly. There is a faction of light, the faction of dark. But in Elden Ring, the faction of order is the fingers and the greater will. And they are associated with both light and dark. Like the existence of light and dark, that disparity itself is order. So it was never that odd that the fingers had shadow incantations, but the Shadow Lure one is a bit more interesting. On that note, talking of Ghost Flame, I have recently been trying the seamless co-op invasions because they kind of fixed them. They are better now. And it reminded me, we're gonna look at the Hornset Death Mage another time. I'm basically like ending the stream right now. I'm gonna go have, I'm gonna eat and stuff. I'm just gonna, all the mentions of Putrescence and Ghost Flame made me want to kill some people fast. He says it's in the cave that leads to the mausoleum in Cerulean Coast. What am I going to eat? The souls of the innocent co-opers that I'm about to murder? With Ghost Flame? Yeah, thank you for hanging out, guys. The stream is basically over, by the way. I'm literally just gonna kill a couple of people and turn off the stream. Where are they? Oh, oh. This guy AFK. He's literally AFK. He's just trying to die. Good stream, I appreciate it. I'm still hollow, but your enthusiasm lessened it. Thank you. Yeah, no, it's not that bad. I think there is still plenty of interesting things to lore up in the game. It's just that the honeymoon phase of the DLC fades and you start missing all the things you would have hoped to see. it's okay. I'll be making like videos about the lore of this game for like until Elden Ring 2 at this point because of the the extremely slow output I have. But I have like more than enough topic, and a few of them, not too many, but a few of them Wait, hold on, this is literally the mage cave. Oh my god, it's karma. This is fate. This is the Hornsent Ghost Flame Mage Cave. It just makes me disinterested in playing or thinking about it or debating it online. This is the only way I can engage it with it anymore. Yeah. 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 I feel like if I wasn't making videos, if I didn't have like this objective of making the videos, I would probably feel the same as well. But because like the actual process of having to put down the ideas in a coherent way and argue them and make them understandable is what's keeping me like engaged in the process basically. It was the other way. Wait, the other way was the exit, wasn't it? Where am I? Where is this place? Okay, now I'm on the island. Yeah, that's productive. Yeah, I don't know about productive. If I make 2 videos a year, but thank you. You just don't believe it's an eclipse eye. Okay, where are these people, man? I literally just wanna shoot like sludge at people before going offline. Oh, hello! Hi! Oh, you fell. Oh, that's not good. No! God damn it. No. Fuck! Oh my god. Should have gone the other way. Okay, any second now. Any second now we're gonna kill people. This is Friday. I'm gonna play a lot of invasions tonight because you know it's Friday night. A lot of people are gonna be co-oping in seamless co-op. This is like prime time to invade people. Isn't it still... No, the spells and the build is not that good, but it still works. You don't need to have like a good build to win. He's gonna go there. Oh damn, I wanted to get it through the door. DLC! Okay, nice flowers. Wow. Wow, this spell is awful. Wow. Wow. This spell... This is actually the first time I see someone use the butterfly spell. Was Mass buffed? This guy is tweaking over there. Was Masses buffed? I think it was like Vortex that was buffed. Masses is awful. It's complete dog shit. It's absolutely... like, it does okay-ish damage. It does good enough damage. But the fact is, it's how badly it works. You know? Oh, oh. Oh, the guy got him. The guy got him. No, mass is genuinely like awful. It works really badly. I think if it wasn't so bugged. No, here's the thing. I love it. It works. I use it. But like the amount of compensating I have to do for the scuff of it to work is actually insane. Just to aim it. And then if you happen to touch anything that's not the ground. Anything that's not the ground, you just wasted your spell. But it's like when you invade in like legacy dungeons and catacombs, etc. It's like so... It's so hard to aim it properly. In and of itself, it's not that strong against like real human beings that are not unfamiliar with the spell in PvP, because you can just dodge it, but... Against co-opers, they just never see it coming. Just throw it on the ground in front of me. I feel like that's too long of a cast to do that. Like, if I'm gonna do that, I'd rather just like Vortex. Vortex to me is just better and faster. And it's 360 degrees. I have something itching in my brain right now. Maybe I'll be able to catch it out into something worthwhile. Well, good luck with that, Rocky. I think especially like if you compare it to like Canon of Haima, the thing that makes like Putrescence like actually good, that Canon, like the only way it's better than Canon for me is that you can use it to flood a room. Like if you have a bunch of like people hiding inside the room waiting for you to enter, you can just like angle it down and throw it at the ground in the middle of the room and just flood a room. And hit everyone. That's really good then. But every other situation, I feel like Kaima of Hanan was better. Now, here's the thing, Natsuki. I do love it. I genuinely love it. I love it a lot. But I still think it's super scuffed. I genuinely love this spell so much. Hi. Look at this guy. Okay. Now gravity missile is better high my close range. Where is his friend? I haven't played too much with Gravity Missile. I kind of retired my older like pre-DLC character, even if they got like a couple new spells or weapons. I just played them too much. Oh, he's here. I just played La Poubelle. Hi. Okay. I heckin' love Wave of Gold. It's my favorite thing in the game. I fucking love Wave of Gold! I love it so much! It hit me still! Okay, here's a really good usage for this spell. Jumping over is so inconsistent. There, yeah, makes it for me. Yeah, the voice. I'm kind of glad, like, the invasions on PC died so fast. It was genuinely, like, disheartening. I'm like Nat K, how he feels about the lore, that's how I feel about the invasions in this game. Very doomery, but Seamless Co-op is kind of saving it for me, or at least letting me enjoy my new DLC characters a bit longer before, like, the activity dies off. I get a little hard when people do frenzied burning to death screams in a non-psychopathic. I don't think there is a non-psychopathic way to say that. Are you aware of the existence of those lost in death and how they differ from those who live in death? You will have to elaborate on how you think they differ exactly. Okay, the lighting is bugging out. I mean, on PC, it's not as much about the activity itself, it's about how, like, it's just not fun anymore. Like, all I get is Taunter Tongers and Gankers and Bonfire Duelists. That's literally all I get, like, ever. Like, 1 out of 10 invasions is people just playing the game normally. Hey guys, what's up? I'm here to fight. Okay, you are you double? Is this guy double sword sealed? This guy is double sword sealed. This guy is coming in hot, that's crazy. Very cool. No! I thought it would stagger him. Damn, he didn't stagger a single time from the hit of the consumable and the skeleton hitting him. That's crazy. The hyper armor is crazy. You know what I really like about Seamless Invasions is that I can use Spirit Ashes. So I can, like, when they pull Spirit Ashes on me, I can do this, which feels like so good for this build. It's so on brand. I have, like, themed Spirit Ashes. That was cool. Now, normally it staggers, and the skeleton can stagger, and I can actually combo it into, like, something else. It's, like, actually really cool. Like, I have comboed it, like, from the skeleton, I have comboed it into Explosive Ghost Flame or the, like, Ash of War with the weapon. It's pretty nice. That nice was at Nat, not at you dying. Damn it. Unbelievable. Oh, it's over? They started the boss. I'd be forced to use Gravebird on my Gravebird Battle Mage and therefore get wrecked. Now these guys are not even good either. Do the Gravebird's Ghost Flame actually inflict frost? If so, that would be pretty cool. Oh, sorry, I didn't catch your message now. So basically, I think those who were guided by Godwin back to their body and half done resurrection, those lost... Okay. Those lost were guided by Godwin, and those lost are the Phantom Skeletons summoned by the Roster's Axe, Tibia summoned, and Call of Tibia spell. Only place they are summoned, and they are the one said they need guidance and leadership. Godwin is that now. I feel like I'm crying, but I have this conspiracy. None of those who live in death are actually Marika's people. They always have Siege of the Sun shield and exclusive weapons never seen elsewhere. Seriously, Undead have like 7 or so weapons and they only drop on. To be fair, some of the some of those who live in that are kind of explicitly just people who were active during the shattering. So they must be from the lands between at least. Okay, where are these people? Don't look at the Tibia Mariner boats. It's illegal lore. We haven't made it here in the Lorethrough. Or the Minor Urge. Illegal. Okay, where are these people? Oh, that's it. Are they sneaking from me? No! There's 3? Damn it. Four! Help! Okay, got those guys. 2. Alright, this one is next. Look at these guys down there. I think they're safe. Yeah, just stay there. Okay, got that one. Wait, he went in that room? They thought they had me cornered. The I just had like 3 enemies distracting them and just I could do whatever I want in a small AoE in a room, but like they were dead. It was over. New storehouse gang favorite spots. Yeah, when I was invaded, there's so many fucking storehouse gangs. They just cleared the whole storehouse. Hi, hi. What's up, guys? Let's go. Stormblade is annoying. No! Best trick a host ever played on me was at a catacomb elevator. He sent the elevator down and then him and his buddy hid on either side of the door. I was so sure nobody is there. They push you off. You got one shot walked. Okay. I thought the stream was Jover. I mean, it kinda is. I'm just killing a couple people because we kept talking about Goo and Ghost Flame. Damn, 60 vegan, you got one shot. Where are these people? I don't even have my compass. I modded out my compass and now I can't even tell where people are. The real stream has just begun. Yeah, the real stream is actually a PvP stream. I mean, quite honestly, lore is for nerds. I mean, I mean, really? Like, who cares about Godvan, Godric, whatever you called, and his brother Morgoth or whatever? Come here. Yeah, right in the ghost flame. And the spam is crazy. Alright, bye bye, Rocky. Oh shit, a mage. No! I can't lock into him, he's in the bushes. Okay, this works. What are they doing? No way. Oh, I got I got the boss with me. It's over for these guys. Not run away! It's 2v2! It's 2v2! No, he's done with him. Oh, he's not done with him. He should have been done with him. Damn it. I'm greeting. I wanted to hear the sound of death. No! Well, still lost. GG. Alright, well, that's about it. We died a few times and killed people a few times. So there's that. Anyways, thank you guys for hanging out. I'm gonna have dinner and chill, enjoy my Friday. I hope you all have a nice Friday. You have a great weekend. And yeah. Anyways, see you guys next time. Maybe Sunday, maybe Wednesday, maybe next week. I don't know. Bye bye.